Will I end up as a hero or a demon king? Volume 2 by Naito. Translated by Nike's Translation. Audiobook by Masquerade at Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 35, To a New Hunting Ground. Pushing the presence of something that happened last night, something that drained my mental energy, to the back of my mind, I set out for the northern exit of Bizet for the first time. Finally, I was going to a new hunting ground, the Rocker Plain, starting today. After 2 days of rest, I'm in perfect physical condition, and I've made sure I have everything I need. Still, it was inevitable that I felt strangely excited. I wonder if the monsters will be as strong as expected and what skills I will be able to acquire. What will my daily income be? How will the new armor be used? How crowded will the hunting grounds be? There are expectations, and there are fears, but as a role-playing enthusiast, I can't help but feel that sense of excitement and thrill. Oh, real viewpoint, dangerous, dangerous. Even though I know it's not a game, I can't help but think about that time in my life when I was having the best time of my life. I wonder if I can do something about this habit. It's serious, really. While thinking about this, I looked at the street's scenery. Unlike the south exit direction, the street surface at the north exit has more shops, and the houses standing in a row seem somewhat larger. Although the houses are made of wood, each house has a large lot and a large garden, so it must be a wealthy area. Oh, it's a horse, or rather, a carriage. The presence of a horse-drawn carriage was visible in the distance as I reached the exit area. Perhaps it was also a place for horse-drawn carriages, as several carriages of different sizes came into view. I think it is true for those born in the Heisei era or even those born in the Showa era, but even if they are used to seeing cars, there are not so many people who are used to seeing horse-drawn carriages. As a Japanese, I have only seen a carriage-like thing once, a rickshaw in Asakusa, so I was a bit impressed just by the fact that it was there in front of me. There are many stalls and many people. As expected of the north exit, am I still reeling from the food shortage era in the forest? Whenever there is a stall, I tend to follow it with my eyes and check carefully to see if there is any tasty food, and even though I had already eaten breakfast at the inn, I remembered that my lunch had looked like horse manure, so I decided to eat some wieners on a stick and bought 2 slightly smaller ones that looked like frankfurters. I packed everything up so I wouldn't have any problems if I didn't eat lunch in the worst case, and then I was off. I greeted the gatekeeper, who was different from the one at the south entrance, and told him that I was going to Rocker Plain and that this was my first time there. He advised me to follow the hunter who turned right on the way, which was very vague. Well, there are no obvious landmarks in this civilization, and the outskirts of town are just fields. As I walked north along the first highway, it was probably just about time for everyone to go to work, and there were more than 30 people walking around just in my line of sight. They were carrying farm tools, luggage on their backs, swords and walking sticks belonging to their peers, and other miscellaneous items. Various horse-drawn carriages passed these people. Wow, it's a different world, isn't it? I know it's a little late to say this, but it really is a different world. The Great Forest of Palmyra also has monsters, and of course, it is a different world, but it still feels a little different when you see a couple with pots on their heads picking weeds and children coming and going and making a lot of noise. But the scene I see now is exactly the other world I imagined. Let's start from here. One day, I'll go to the royal capital and make a difficult request. With this thought in my mind, I ate the frankfurters I had bought and walked to the Rocker Plain, following a group of people who turned to the right. Section. Oh, I spent about 30 minutes stalking the group of hunters ahead of me. The field that had been touched by human hands suddenly ended, and behind a simple wooden fence, there was a grassy area with knee-deep grass all around. 2 parties had already begun hunting in such an area, one near and the other far away, and as far as I could see, there were as many as 10 monsters wandering around. Unlike Palmyra, the fact that you can see the monsters from a distance makes it a much easier environment to hunt in. However, there is one point of concern. There are no landmarks, except for a few rocks lying around, and not a single tree over a person's height. Maybe the environment will change if I continue for another hour or so, but with the current visibility information I have, I realize that while the monsters are easy to find, there is no place to put the baskets. No matter how small the monster's material is, how far can you go to continue hunting while carrying it on your back? Faced with a problem different from Palmera's, I often ponder if only the landmarks are scarce, the orientation function of the watch can solve some of the problems. In fact, in Palmera's Great Forest, it was possible to hunt monsters efficiently and place materials in baskets, even with poor visibility. However, this was only possible because I could place the baskets in a fixed location and hunt at a fixed point. Although there is a rock, it is only about the size of a waist, and even if you place the basket on it, if the monsters are cannibalistic, there is a possibility that they will devour it, and most importantly, the hunter party here will know that you have placed the basket. It is only natural that if you place the basket on the rock, it will be the tallest and the most conspicuous in the area. Even if you could claim that the basket was yours, I doubt it would pass muster. If things got too crazy, there would be 3 or 4 hunter parties everywhere in sight. It is doubtful that I could even compete on a one-on-one basis, but if I were robbed of materials by sheer force of numbers, I would definitely succumb to the situation. I wonder if this is a world where takeover is the norm? It's hard to say, as it would all depend on who was around at the time. If so, should I try to get deep enough into the area so that there are no hunters nearby? If possible, that's a decision I don't want to make until I get used to the hunting grounds and the monsters here. The deeper you go, the longer you have to go through the monster-infested zone on your way out. If I run out of poison, it would be fatal for me as a solo hunter. I can't force myself to do it all of a sudden, so I guess I should just repeat the process of carrying a basket on my back and putting it down when I get close to a monster and fight it. I decided to play it safe in my mind and see how it went for the day, then opened the status screen. The remaining skill points are currently 15. My swordsmanship skill has only improved by 20% from the sword-wielding goblin I defeated instead of Zinc-kun and the others in the Palmera forest, so I haven't acquired it yet. Let's see what it's like to fight first, and if it's too hard, I'll increase some of my swordsmanship skills. It's a bit of a waste since it's a skill that could be used to gain experience from monsters in the future, but I still need to overpower this area first to move on, so I plan on splitting the cost of the skills I need. Anyway, the second half of the skill level will require hellish experience, so it won't be a complete waste. Oh, that reminds me. The short sword and the leather armor I bought from Pacer-san, both of which came with a grant. Let's see, the short sword is an increase in magic power, so wow, the maximum magic power is increased by 50. I don't plan on using it. I don't have any at all, but I still think it's very good. The goddess's special skill has been pushed to the back of my mind. Even the divine communication that claims to be the only one in the world has a bonus ability value of only +3 magic power, even though it is level 1. Compared to that, it is astounding. If it was something like +50 strength, I would cry. And as for the leather armor, I believe it said that it increases the amount of natural recovery of magic power, but I have no idea. Even though I looked at the status screen, I checked the status screen for skills with names that might be related, such as increase automatic recovery of magic power and increase maximum amount of magic power, but I still can't see the details, and they remain unacquired. The skill that was granted seems certain to be this one, and if so, it is unlikely that the skill granted by the armor will be added to the own skill, and they are only different from each other. It would be better to think of it as the effect of skill level 1 plus skill level 3 rather than the effect of level 4 by the addition of skill level 3 plus skill level 1. I don't know if there is such a thing, but even if there were equipment with presence detection granted, I would consider it unnecessary if it is a skill that seems meaningless if the effect is duplicated. This armor was originally made by Pacer-san for his son, who is a magician. That's why he added a grant related to magic power to both of them. I'm not really a melee fighter at the moment, and I have no other choice, so to tell the truth, I don't need the additions. Still, It's a great feeling for Pacer-san and his son. Believing that this armor would help me grow, I finally set foot on the rocker plane. Chapter 36, Level 4. I had my sights set on a poison mouse. I don't feel like they're swarming, but I have to stay away from the other one, which is about 30 meters away from here, not too far. Not sure if the other one will come closer. As I slowly approached it, the poison mouse seemed to notice me, and after a twitch, it continued to look at me. I quickly turned my gaze to the other poison mouse, which was a little further away, and saw that it had not yet decided that I was an enemy and that it seemed to be eating as it buried its face in the grass. The fact that I can see it means that the other poison mouse can see me, too. At first, I was happy to have a wide field of vision, but then I thought they would say, "My comrades have been attacked." And I was nervous inside that all the moving brown objects in my field of vision would gather at once. I hope they are still acting alone. With this thought in mind, I approached about 10 meters closer. Here it comes. Only one of them was coming towards me. Also, whoa, it's slow. I think they're a little faster than horned rabbits, but now that I'm at level 8, I can easily dodge them even after they activate rush, so the poison mouse coming at me with a little bounce is a little slower than I imagined, which is disturbing. This may be because they are unnecessarily large for rats, about 50 centimeters long. The smaller mice on Earth are obviously faster than the poison mouse. Oh. The sword. Like a batter who has suddenly thrown a slow ball. The gap between what I expected and what I saw made my body move almost unbearably, so I quickly changed from a side swing to a thrust. Poison mouse and I faced each other with the tip of the sword facing forward, in a stance so awkward that someone with experience in swordsmanship would mutter, "What the hell is that?" The poison mouse started to duck, but it didn't make it in time, and the sword went off-center, stabbing it in the head. Poison resistance LV1 has been acquired. Poison resistance LV2 has been acquired. Since I was in a wobbly position, I fell to the ground, but I was still able to beat it in the end. On top of that, I was suddenly able to obtain the poison resistance skill from just one monster. Furthermore, I was so surprised to hear the announcement that the skill level had been increased to level 2 all at once that I froze without even getting up. What is this? What happened? Not good. I'll think about it later. There's another one. I quickly looked around and saw that the other one, who was a little closer to me, still had its face in the grass and did not seem to have noticed the death of its companion. Feeling relieved, I turned my eyes back to the corpse in front of me. The material that can be sold is a bag of poison in its head, and yet I stabbed it in the head. According to the information from Roddy-san, the chief of the dismantling site, damaging the head means that the value of the material is lost. I was prepared for the worst-case scenario of not being able to sell it, or at best, a material value of E or D, but since it was my first time, I decided to at least try to take it home. So I took out the head, the tail that was proof of subjugation, and the magic stone and collected them. As expected, I've gotten used to the Palmyra Great Forest, so I don't think anything of disassembling a rat or something like that. Anyway, something strange happened. Let's go back to the entrance. I quickly moved away from the monsters and immediately opened the status screen to check the details of the poison resistance. Poison resistance LV2 increases resistance to poison. The details were what I expected. However, the fact that it is suddenly at skill level 2 and at 16% is puzzling. The only possible explanation is that the poison mouse has a high level of poison resistance. This is the only thing I can think of, and this prediction is the first thing I am sure of. Then it could be a pretty hot monster. After all, this poison resistance skill has a bonus status of defense. It has suddenly gone up to +3, and if it goes up that high with just one monster, there is a possibility that it can be brought up to level 5 or 6 with a little persistence. Then, my defense would be greatly increased. It will be a very calming stat for the orcs in Lulub Forest. Also, the poison mouse seems weaker and more numerous than expected. Oh man, is this a bonus stage? Anyway, I'm going to kill another poison mouse to see how much experience the poison resistance skill increases. After that, Let's go on a random hunt and look for air mantis. Section. After about 3 hours of running around, taking breaks, and killing 4 poison mice, I was convinced that this guy's poison resistance skill was level 4. Why, you may ask? Because after the skill was increased to level 3, the increase per mouse became 20%. This means that I am now at the same rate of increase as I was in the Great Forest of Palmyra when I acquired a level 1 skill from an unacquired state. This is assuming that the monsters in Palmyra Great Forest are level 1, but I don't think it's possible for all the monsters in the lowest level hunting grounds to be level 2 or 3, so there should be no problem assuming that the monsters there are level 1. Let's see. Even if I hunt here normally, I can easily raise my skill level to 5 or so. The rate of increase after level 4 has changed to a flat rate of 2% per monster, so it seems that the experience required per level has not increased at the same rate. Still, it seems that the amount of skill experience per monster is set higher for level 4 monsters, and most importantly, the ease of finding monsters and the number of monsters are different. To put it bluntly, it's a piece of cake. So, I would say at least level 6. If I wanted to, I would have increased my skill level to level 7. This is because after you get your first level 4 skill, the bonus ability increases pattern changes. Up until now, level 1 was +1, level 2 was +2, level 3 was +3, and so on, and the level and the bonus ability value increased by the same number. But at level 4, the bonus ability value changed slightly. In other words, in the case of poison resistance, this time, the defense stat increased by +5. The higher the skill level, the higher the bonus ability increase can be, so I expect it will be a lot easier later on if you stick with the high-level monsters. Poison mouse is good. Hey, very good. I have never heard of a poisonous creature dying from its own poison. However, since they have poison pouches in their bodies, it's only natural that they have some level of poison resistance. I also killed 2 air mantis in the last 3 hours, and they were not that bad. It is hard to tell them apart because their bodies are green, and their protective coloration blends into the grass. But when I hunt for poison mice that come into view while using presence detection, I sometimes detect something moving in the grass. Although I cannot tell if it is an air mantis just by its presence, if I follow it with my eyes, I can see a large praying mantis head sticking out of the grass, so I activate Rush on it. I was able to kill it before it shot me with its wind magic, so it was recognized as an easy enemy that I didn't consider a threat at all. When I got close to it, it tried to counterattack by swinging its foreleg, but when I hit it with my sword, its foreleg was cut off without any resistance. So it wasn't even like we were in a close fight. It is just a giant insect with an unpleasant appearance. I was a bit more wary that I'd encounter some wind magic on the side while fighting a poison mouse or something. Was it because it was only an F-ranked monster? Or was it because I was persistently hunting in the Great Forest of Palmyra to raise my skill level? I was afraid that I would get carried away with the easy victory in the Rocker Plains. Then, thinking it would be a piece of cake, I took on the E-rank hunting ground and got killed. I wonder if this is the path that Pacer-san's son took. When I think about it, I become more cautious, so I will make a rule that I will not go to the next hunting ground until I have raised my skill level to that of my target, and I will follow it strictly. I think it is more efficient and safer to move from one hunting ground to another based on skill level rather than on one's own perceived strength or feeling for the monsters. The minimum skill level for wind magic is 3. As for poison resistance, it should be at least level 6. I decided to stick with that level first, and then I would think about what to do. While making this decision, I took a bite of the portable food that I had been hesitant to put in my mouth, the horse manure look-alike as I had named it. Chapter 37, A World Where Hard Work is Rewarded. Oh, I see you're back safe and sound. It was my first expedition, so I was pretty tired, but I was surprised that the monsters were weaker than I thought. Phew, ha ha ha. I told you you'd be fine at first. It's just like a hairy place in Palmyra. The only danger is the magic of the air mantis, and the material. It's only about half of a large basket. The monsters are weak, but having too good a view is a problem for me. I couldn't place the basket anywhere, so I faltered in the second half. In the end, after forcing myself to swallow portable food, I could not increase the number of defeats much in the second half. It is not that my stomach got sick. It is true that the food was too bad, but it was simply because the material was so heavy that I could not move freely over a wide area. The head of the air mantis and the tail of the poison mouse were not that heavy, but the head of the poison mouse was heavy enough, and since I could handle a large number of them, my shoulders and back were heavily strained in the second half of the day. And even though each of the magic stones is small, they are still stones, so when they are piled up, they become a considerable weight. When about a third of the basket was filled, I gave up running around with the basket on my back, and as a result, I chased all the enemies around me, which drastically reduced my efficiency. All that's left is grass, monsters, some rocks, and not even a decent tree. That's why people who go there usually take a special luggage carrier with them. You've seen them, right? Yes, they were at all the parties I saw. The first 4 parties and the ones that came later. The first 4 parties, as well as the ones that came later, always had someone like Potakanin's party with a basket. He took care of all the luggage and increased the amount of materials and rewards obtained in a single expedition. But, well, Loki was solo, right? That's more than enough. Normally, a party of 3 or 4 would go on an expedition, and the amount of materials would be half to 2/3 of the basket. It's rare to find people who fill their baskets half to 2/3 full. I thought to myself as I looked at Roddy-san's hand, which was checking the materials as he said this. In the end, I have no choice but to go solo. I don't think I pushed myself too hard, but I was the only one running around the hunting grounds. There is no convenient nearby respawn like in the game. When you kill the monsters around you, you have to go to the next place where the monsters are. And even if you hire a porter, it's useless if the porter can't walk to the hunting ground. But just by looking at Potakun, I can guess that it is not realistic to run around with a lot of luggage. So, the move that reduces the experience and halves the reward would be a waste of time for me. And are the other parties being cautious, or do they think that as long as they can cover their daily expenses, it's okay? From a distance, it looks like they are hunting monsters slowly and at their own pace. It would not be too much for someone who has been hunting in the Rocker Plains for several years, and in the worst case, they could be fatally wounded by air mantis magic, so it might be natural to say that. The same goes for working in my former world. Once you get used to doing the same thing for a number of years in a stable life, you only do the minimum required for daily routine work, and there are far fewer people willing to increase their workload or take more risks. Now all that's left is to have a goal or not. I can look at my status screen and see how many more I have to kill to get to the next skill level. I can set a goal that if I kill at this rate per day, I will be able to increase my level in a few days. But for those who can't see that, it's just fumbling around. As the goddess said, there is no way to quantify the return on effort, just as if you were grasping at a cloud. If you do it, you will grow. If you work hard, you will grow. Even if people around you hear such things, if you don't know how hard you have to work to get clear results, you won't be motivated, and even if you are, it will be very difficult to maintain. In this sense, I think the ability to see the status screen is quite excellent in terms of increasing motivation. Alright, that's it. There were 21 poison mice in total, and one of them was either stabbed in the head or its poison bag was broken, so there was no reward. On the other hand, the remaining 20 mice were all fine, with material rank 8. Check it out. Roddy-san handed me a wooden board as he said this. As I thought, that one was a no-go. There's a bag of poison in the back of its cheek, but if you stick it up there, you can't do anything. Is that the first one? Yes, that's right. It was slower than I thought, and I was out of control. Do you feel like Poison Mouse is already slowing down? Then Lulub. No, that's not a place where you can get by on speed alone, so you'd better stop right now. Orcs, of all things, are the power types, aren't they? Yeah. You'll get blown up no matter how big you are, no matter what you do to defend yourself. It's not the same as the Rocker Plains, so don't even think about going there. The mortality rate here is by far the highest. Don't worry, I won't go there until I'm strong enough to be satisfied with the Rocker Plains. I don't want to die. That's the best thing. The other thing you need to think about is celebrating. There are some who go to the Rocker Plains alone, but Lulub is not worth the money if you go alone, you know. Is that so? Because the most profitable thing there is orc meat. I see. It's a problem of how much meat one person can carry. That's what I mean. The money from the magic stones and the evidence or subjugation alone will be less than that of the Rocker Plain, so why take the risk of going all the way there? That's right. I'll think about it. After saying that, I parted ways with Roddy-san and went straight to Amanda-san since it was the first day of the Rocker Plains. I'm sure I could figure out the reward if I hit the calculator myself. But it's a pain in the ass, so I'll just redeem it for today. Amanda-san, can you please help me with this? How unusual. Aren't these the Rocker Plain monsters? Yes. I went there today to see what it's like. I see. You finally formed a party. Who are you with? No, I'm working solo. Loki-kun, do you remember what you told me? You said that you would think about the party if you decided to go to Rocker Plain, right? Why yeah, I thought about it, and I think I can still go solo. Well, if you can hunt this much on your own, I won't complain. Whatever, it's impossible in the Lulub forest, you know. You should start looking for a party while you still can. Roddy-san told me earlier that it would be lower in terms of rewards. That's right. The only person going to the Rocker Plains alone right now is Loki. At least hire a porter so you can concentrate on the battle. Well, by the way, is there any porter who can run all the time? Of course not. Right, and then I have to go solo at the end. I'm running from one hunting ground to another. I'll take care of your payment. Just wait a minute. Phew, it's always hard when Amanda-san catches me. For now, I approached the lady at the food stand and bought a skewer of meat and a cold version of fruit water. As I sat back in my chair and exhaled, I somehow looked around at the other hunters and noticed a party I had seen on the Rocker Plains earlier today. It's a party of 3, a guy with a sword, a guy with a spear, and a porter, I guess. Adent-san, we're done with your payment. The person with the spear stood up at the sound of the young receptionist's voice. Apparently, he was the leader of the party. After receiving the money, he immediately came back and started distributing the money on the spot. The same thing had happened to Zink-kun and the others, and I guess the basic procedure of the party was to distribute the money right there. A total of 124,400 beak. We're doing pretty well today. So, how much is that per person? I had it calculated. It seems to be 41,400 beak per person and a little extra. Oh, that's good. We can take it easy for the next 3 days. No, let's take at least 2 days off. I have something I want to buy. Then let's take 2 days off and return in 3 days, okay? I want to make sure I have enough savings. That's fine. Let's just drink better alcohol instead. I'm learning a lot from this. With my current lifestyle, 5,000 to 6,000 beak a day is enough for me. If I switched to cheaper accommodation and a more frugal diet, I could probably get by on 4,000 beak a day. If that is the standard for the average person, it seems to me that people in this world live on an income of about 10,000 beak per day. Unlike in Japan, there will be no insurance or pensions, so there is some concern about sickness and old age, but if people die gracefully when they get sick and do not expect to live long enough to think about their old age, that may be enough. Loki, it's over. While I was thinking about that, Amanda-san called me, so I went to the reception desk. Today's reward is 155,900 beak. It's even more. Yes, I'll put your reward in a leather bag just to be on the safe side, but you shouldn't tell too many people about it, okay? And please return the leather bag when you can. Sure. I think this is the 3rd leather bag, so I'll return it later. I only had to kill 4 rare mantis because I killed every easy to find poison mouse I could find. And since today was the first day of my unfamiliarity with the area, I might be able to take down a few more once I get used to it. With that kind of room for growth, the amount of rewards is in Japan. it would be unimaginably high. I think it might be because I was putting my life on the line, but when I was a salaried employee, I was also thinking about the phrase death by overwork, so in that sense, it might be similar. If you work hard, you'll be rewarded. It's a great world, really. The downside is that even with the increased rewards, I don't have much use for them right now. Since there is no entertainment, the only thing you can do is spend money on equipment or food. Oh well, it's better to have money than not. It's a little cramped to live a life where you have to worry about what's in your wallet. I have exactly $1 million beak on me right now. Most of it is hidden under my bed at the inn. Still, I could probably live on that money for almost half a year. Then I'll start saving tomorrow without worrying. Aiming for maybe $1 million beak. With this new goal in mind, I returned to the inn. Chapter 38, Unexpected Activation Condition. It was lunchtime on the 4th day of my hunt on the Rocker Plains. Leaning against a small rock to protect my back, I enjoyed a sandwich the innkeeper had made for me. After the first day, I negotiated with the innkeeper for a boxed lunch, and she immediately agreed to make it for me if I could pay only 1,000 beak per meal. Of course, it was more expensive than a portable meal, but it was too hard to stay motivated with such a portable meal, so it was a small price to pay if I could have it prepared for 1,000 beak. 2 slices of round bread, slightly larger than a roll, with a lettuce-like substance, scrambled eggs, and ham in between. It's a breakfast set in a single package, so I'm sure the lady must be secretly happy that she got her money's worth without much effort. Ah, I wish I had a cup of coffee. Is there such a thing as coffee beans in this world? I glanced sideways at the basket as I thought about it. Yesterday and today, around 11 o'clock to 12 o'clock, the basket was half full of monster material. And today, I went far enough back that there was no other party in sight, but I still did not see any tall trees without a change of scenery. By the time I reached this point, walking around the hunting grounds was already difficult due to the weight problem, no matter how many recovery pills I had taken, and hunting with a basket on my back was also quite risky due to the shaky axis of my body. Once back in the town of Bizet, however, it would be a 2-hour round trip. Even if I could save some time by walking when I came back, it would be too hard to make the second trip by pushing myself from 1 p.m. to 6 p.m. Most of all, it would be no problem to just carry the basket, but returning to town with a half-full basket is something I cannot explain as an efficient cook. If you go deep into this area, people won't take it from you, but monsters are cannibalistic. It is a fact that I noticed yesterday, while retracing my steps on my way home. I saw a poison mouse eating the corpses of its hunted compatriots. At that time, I was lucky enough to catch another one, but once I found out that they even eat their own kind, it was no longer realistic for me to set up a basket on a small rock for a fixed-point hunt. If I came back and found my material eaten, I would probably stab the rat bastard 20 times in anger. A place neither humans nor monsters seem to be able to reach. Should I just dig up the dirt myself? Once made, it can be reused or something. I wonder if they sell shovels. It's not so easy to make a mountain so steep that even mice can't climb it, is it? Thinking about it, I tapped the ground with my toes and muttered my wish, pile up the earth. It's impossible, right? Rumble. Rumble. I almost dropped the sandwich I was about to eat. I looked down and saw that the ground I had tapped my toe on had risen about 30 centimeters. It was never there to begin with. When I tapped my toe, there was a slight blue-purple mist, and I watched the ground rise. So I opened the status screen and checked the amount of magic power. Magic power, 106 108, plus 6. My magic power is decreasing, but I also used the rush skill twice before lunch. So, just to be sure, thud, thud, pile up the earth, rumble, rumble. Seriously? When I opened my system screen again, it showed 104 108, plus 6, which is clearly a decrease in magic power. That means I activated magic, and a memory I'd like to forget. The unpleasant scene after acquiring fire magic comes to mind. I tried it a lot back then, and it didn't work. So why? What I didn't do then and what I'm doing now. No way. You mean it wasn't hands that triggered it, but feet? Although I thought it was absurd, I couldn't deny the fact that the magic had indeed been activated. I wanted to grumble about how clumsy this world was at casting magic, but I thought this was no time to eat, so I put the sandwich in my mouth and filled it with water from my canteen. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. What is it? What am I going to do? Where to start? First of all, with many thoughts running through my head, the first thing I tried was to increase the amount of magic power. Thump, thump. Oh earth, pile it up a lot. Rumble, rumble, rumble. What the hell? In front of me, I looked up and saw a small mountain that seemed to be twice as tall as me. The magic power consumption is 19, or rather, 19 for this. For the first time in my life, I was shaken by the magic that had been activated at an unexpected time. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. It's amazing. The magic is amazing. When I touched it lightly, I felt that it was just a mound of earth. But since it was in the shape of a mountain, it seemed to have no problem preventing frontal attacks for now. However, this could also bring up a poison mouse. I thought so and tried the next move. I imagine a stone pillar like in a temple. Bang, bang, bang. Generate a stone pillar. Rumble, rumble. Oh, this is not as good as I thought. Is it because I made it harder? Although a stone pillar has indeed been created at my feet, its size is rather delicate, 50 centimeters high and about 30 centimeters in diameter. Now that the magic power consumption is 9, it means that it's a level 1 magic technique, and the 19 just now means that it was used in the level 2 category. Although the level of magic used can be determined from the amount of magic power consumed, there is no way to determine the level of magic used. I don't really understand how to use level 2 or level 3 magic. The difference is that I said a lot. Is it that simple? I have many questions, but I still have magic power. Here, the magic power increase of the short sword shines brightly, and then thump, thump, thump. Generate many stone pillars. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Right. What was created with the consumption of magic power 19 was a lot of stone pillars. In other words, only 3 more stone pillars of the same size as before were created in front of my eyes. I had a terrible feeling that this was not it. So maybe something like this is the right way. Thump, thump, thump. Generated a long, thick stone pillar. Nothing responds, not even magic power is consumed. Is it not good? Then thump, thump, thump. Create a long stone pillar. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Oh, now, finally, the magic power consumption 19. A stone pillar is created that is about a little taller than my own height. And as a sensory thing, I somehow come to understand the point of magic chanting. It is about how many keywords to use. When you use generate for stone pillar, you are using 2 words that are the source of the phenomenon you want to materialize. And in this pattern, you are using level 1. In other words, I feel that, at the most, a shabby magic with a magic power consumption of 9 and above will be invoked. Then, by adding additional elements such as long, thick, full, etc., the user would have used 3 words, which I think would be up to a level 2 magic activation. So this is the last thing I can try for now. I place the basket on a stone pillar about 1.5 meters in front of me. Then, while looking at the base of the stone pillar, I activate it. Thump, thump, thump. Create a long stone pillar. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Ooh, I did it. It's a success. The result was a pillar about 3 meters high, created as if it were one, with another stone pillar created underneath the stone pillar with the basket on it. The very ideal. It is stable and does not shake even when I kick it, probably because of its weight, and it should not be easy for monsters or humans to touch the basket with materials on it. Also, since there is only one stone pillar in a large grassy field, it is a very conspicuous landmark. This completed the creation of a fixed point for hunting. Now, after hunting in the surrounding area, I can go to the next place and create a stone pillar in the same way to make it a base. The difficulty is that someone who has been a hunter in Palmyra for a long time and has acquired earth magic from Holy Mole will probably be able to do the same thing. But, well, It's such a big place. If I go deeper into the area, I won't see anyone at all, and if I see someone moving in an obviously suspicious way, I should be able to deal with it by quickly changing locations. If I don't cut them off to some extent, I won't be able to enjoy the benefits of fixed point hunting. Foo-fa-foo. Phew, ha 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 ha. I'm going to get a lot of material with this. Okay, then, let's put it down for now. And that stone pillar, can it be erased? It was only at the very end, when I was about to run out of magic power, that I realized the most ridiculous thing. Chapter 39, Invitation. A stone pillar about 3 meters high that I made myself, and a basket with materials on it. Although I was able to successfully fulfill my wish to lift it where no one could reach it, I found myself in the embarrassing situation of not being able to reach it either. With only about 1 emergency magic power left for rush and unable to test whether or not the stone pillar could be made to disappear, I began to hunt for a fixed point, feeling half crazy. In the evening, when my magic power had recovered to some extent, I tried to use magic while muttering make the stone pillar disappear and turn the stone pillar into sand, but none of them worked. Finally, I managed to retrieve the basket by using magic to pile earth at the base of the stone pillar, causing it to lose its balance and topple over. It was unexpected that a stone pillar, or rather a stone, could not be returned on its own, but, well, it was a good lesson for me. By the way, on the way back to Bazut, I tried various ways to reduce the amount of earth that had piled up, as I thought it would be a waste to leave the magic power behind. In other words, making a hole in the ground is not that difficult when you use magic. Then, for some reason, I formed my hand into the shape of a pistol and muttered, "Fire." Light it, and confirmed that a match like fire was lit immediately after a bluish-purple mist appeared at my fingertips. Although it was good that I was now free from the mysterious rule of activating magic with my feet, the question remained as to why fire magic was not activated at that time. What could I do now that I couldn't do then? Looking back, there are so many things that I have no idea what the answer is. I feel that the most important thing is that I met the goddess, but then, do all magicians in the world meet the goddess in person? The mystery continues to deepen. Well, I can activate it now. This is incredibly important. I can use fire magic, earth magic, and the wind magic I acquired today. I've tried wind magic and found out that I can use it as a fuel-saving fan by blowing weak wind on my face, and I can even send invisible blades into the air like the air mantis. It's still level 1, so the flying distance is about 10 meters, though it seems to have dissipated into the air along the way, to the point where I can't even peel the bark off a tree. If the fruit is a little high up, I could probably use this wind to drop it, build an earthen wall to secure a place to sleep, use fire to roast the prey, or use the wind to harvest food in places where it can't be taken. It's more like building a foundation for life than offensive magic, but I'm excited that if I could just get water magic, I'd be able to have a stable life even when I'm holed up in some hunting ground. Should I spend the skill points to get water magic instead of throwing away my canteen? Or should I save my skill points and hold out until I can use water magic to defeat the monsters I'm sure I'll run into sooner or later, which is quite a problem. Well, it's a happy problem that I can always solve, so I'll think about it some more and decide what to do. Foo-fa-foo. Today is the celebration of my first time using magic, so I think I'll go to Kari's shop. But maybe I'm going too fast. While I was thinking that, a voice called out to me from behind. Hey, wait a minute. Is it me? Yes, that's right. So wait a minute. I'm calling you. Don't run away. I was building up my endurance for my usual training. Even with the basket on my back, I had to jog whenever possible, and the people behind me had to run short because of the effects of jogging. Only one person followed me, and it seemed that the person with the basket and another person walked leisurely far behind me. I thought to myself, it can't be helped, and switched to walking. So, what can I do for you? I wanted to ask, are you hunting alone? The man who asked this was familiar. He was the guy who split the money at the Hunters Guild. 8 I'm probably right because he's holding a spear. And he's looking back and forth between my face and the contents of the basket. Yes, I am. Oh, I see. Well, that's good, isn't it? My name is Adent. I was wondering if I could bring at least one more person to the party and let you into my party. Huh? For a moment, I didn't understand what this person was talking about. I was at least prepared that it might be an invitation to a party. Why am I being invited in such a supercilious way, like I'll let you in? Maybe because of my appearance? Because I am a child? When I looked at him, the guy in front of me was probably about 20 years old. I think the other party members I saw before were about the same age. I thought to myself, I'm older than you. But because I'm older, I opened my mouth quietly to avoid any trouble. I'm sorry, I appreciate that you invited me to the party out of concern, but it's in my nature to act alone. So I'm sorry. Huh? I didn't expect you to refuse. Huh? You've only recently started going to Rocker Plain, haven't you? I've never seen anything like it. You're supposed to be hunting in Rocker in a party, right? Amanda-san told me about it, too. I just don't feel the need for a party yet. Kids with strange confidence like that are the first to die. I said I can't overlook this as a senior member. So why don't you be a good boy and work with us? I'm sure the guild will agree. Ah, this is the most annoying thing ever. I can tell from the way he looks at me that he's only after my materials. Of course, if a party that had about 120,000 beak the other day gets close to 300,000 beak by adding one more person, the guys in the party will be overjoyed. But I am not happy at all. There is no benefit, income, experience, or skill experience. Everything is lost. And personal safety is not even a plus since you cannot assume you will die on the Rocker Plains from the start. I just don't think overdoing it is more trouble than it's worth. The only way to go about it is to look at the following. I'm sorry, I'll still work on my own for now. I just have to refuse. This is the only way. No matter what you say in sales, if you keep getting rejected for no reason, you will not know what to do. On the other hand, if they say, we can't do it for this reason, it's easier to negotiate because there's a chance they'll come to you when you break down the reason they can't do it. No, wait a minute, can you stop for a second and talk to our members, too? They're all good guys, you'll get used to them. We even have our porter, so you don't have to carry the load. I'm fine. I'm sorry. Nobody likes to be a bad luck charm, you know? If you don't do it now, it will be even harder for you to join the party later. I'm prepared, sorry. TCH. I'll report you to the guild. Even if you regret it, I don't care. Yes. I'm sorry. Phew. It's finally over. The training I received from Amanda-san before was basically self-help for hunter-to-hunter problems. She said that as long as it was not against the law, such as killing a person, she would tolerate some injuries, partly due to the profession of being a hunter. Therefore, it was very bad when they came at me with violence. It was not a matter of whether I could win or not, but rather whether once the spark was ignited, it would definitely hinder my future activities. I'm a solo act, which means I have almost no acquaintances. On the other hand, they are probably residents of Bizet City, and if they have been hunters for a long time, they probably have many acquaintances. In other words, there might be a lot of people on their side. If I got into trouble in such a situation, I wouldn't be able to live safely in the city of Bizet. It is the same in games. The solo player has no fences, and it's easy. But once a problem arises, you're in a weak position. It was common to be targeted for park at all hours of the day. In a game, it would have been fine to just kick the crap out of them. But this is the real world. If I killed them, I would have gone to jail, been executed. Oh, dear. I thought there were a lot of good people in the town of Bizet. I returned to the town of Bizet feeling depressed and thinking about the future. Chapter 40. The reason I couldn't use magic. That night, I lay in bed with a fuzzy feeling. After delivering the materials to Roddy-san, I went to Amanda-san and reported the details of the party invitation that took place today. Since they said they would report it to the guild, I didn't want to put myself in a bad position unilaterally, so I told Amanda-san that I declined because there was no need for a party at the moment. I reported that it bothered me that they had invited me in a very superior way. Amanda-san confirmed who had invited me, and I told her that it was the leader of a 3-man party with a spear named Adent. No matter how you look at it, It's probably more for the reward than for Loki-kun's strength. They wanted to be the first to recruit you before another party. After the meeting, I was relieved for the time being. However, there was a possibility that they would continue to insist on inviting me. If I continue to refuse, there is a possibility that I will be harassed. There is a possibility that other parties will come up with similar ideas. It was a bit frustrating to hear these suggestions. Amanda-san said that it is possible to make them understand using my ability, a long-established practice of hunters, but it would be a big problem if I killed them by mistake, so it is not recommended unless there is a reasonable difference in ability. In other words, I was clearly told that it wasn't for me, so in the meantime, the guild will warn the adent party, but I wonder if that will calm them down. In the end, it's always what it will be. For goodness sake, I don't want to join some random party and have my rewards and other benefits drastically reduced because I don't want to be noticed, and I don't want to have to return to Palmyra Forest to hunt. Although I have patience and compromise as an adult, I have no desire to endure or compromise in terms of my own personal growth. I casually opened my status screen. Name, Loki, Yuto Mamiya, salesman. Level, 9th. Magic power, 58/58, +6, +50 with increased sword magic power. Strength, 32, +1. Intelligence, 33, +7. Defense, 31, +21. Magic defense, 31, +6. Agility, 31, +7. Technique, 30, +8. Luck, 36, +1. Blessings, none. Titles, none. Acquired skills, Stick Art LV1, Fire Magic LV1, Earth Magic LV3, Wind Magic LV1, Presence Detection LV3, Different Language Comprehension LV3, Rush LV3, Gathering LV1, Hunting LV1, Dismantling LV1, Oracle LV1, Divine Communication LV1, Poison Resistance LV5. Divinity changed to Divine Communication. Finally level 9. After moving to the Rocker Plains, my level increased by 1 in 4 days. Considering the range of the increase and the weakness of the enemies, it can be expected that the adequacy has already been exceeded. Even if I stay in the Rocker Plains, it will be at level 11 or 12. The experience bar will probably stop moving after that, so let's see how much I can increase my skill level by then. I also found out that the wind magic I learned today gives me an agility bonus, and the dismantling, which seems to have gained experience before I knew it, gives me a techniques bonus. I don't need to look at the details of wind magic to know what it says, but the details of dismantling are as follows. Dismantling LV1 improves the ability to dismantle, making it faster and more accurate. How can I say? I can somewhat predict what this kind of content will be like. It's not something I like to take as much as gathering or hunting, but it's something I'd be happy with if I had it. And the bonus value of poison resistance, which was raised to level 5 a few days ago, has become quite prominent, as expected. Compared to the note in my notebook, the increase at level 5 is +10 in ability value. It is a bigger increase than I expected, so it will be level 6 the day after tomorrow, and it blows my mind to think how much further it will go from here. Tomorrow, I will be able to do some serious fixed point hunting, and with my current amount of magic power, I calculate that I can build 3 3-meter stone pillars or 4 if I take into account recovery on the move. If I aim for 1 every 3 to 4 hours or so, I might be able to fill my basket as well. Foo. I feel like I've been gaining stamina on the ground lately, and I still have plenty of pills left over, so I should be able to continue hunting at this pace for the foreseeable future. As I was immersed in a happy fantasy to forget such a blur, I suddenly felt as if a noise was running through my head, and I involuntarily shook my head from side to side. What is it, Loki? Can you hear me? This is Rigel, the goddess of war. We made an unseemly appearance the other day. It's not every day that we get the chance to speak directly to the people of the lower realms. While we have been struggling with our own, the time for divine communication has come to an end. You haven't used divine communication since that day. Is everything okay? We are all sorry and look forward to making contact with you. If you can spare the time, please contact us anytime. We'll be waiting. Oh, by the way, that's the kind of skill I had. I had completely forgotten about it in the past few days. I mean, the oracle can be used even if it is not by the nearly dead Alicia-sama who gave it to me. Well, that's a surprise. Now, what should I do? As for the magic power, I will have a short sword in my bed, but with that, I can secure more than 50 for now. So, if I wanted to use it, I could use the divine communication skill. However, if it is going to be a repeat of last time, I was thinking of using the remaining magic power to use even a match level of fire magic to increase my skill level. I thought that would be a more meaningful use of magic power. Are they reflecting on that? Is it true? I don't think regret or reflection is a word that would be used to describe those goddesses who seem to be too selfish, but Troublesome words just now summed up the main points and were easy to understand, and it may just be a coincidence that she contacted me at a convenient time for me. I'll give it a try. Let's try it again, and if it's still the same thing over and over again, I'll just reseal it. Let's just trust the goddesses. Divine communication. Hello? This is Loki. I heard the oracle of Troublesome, so I used divine communication. Can you hear me? I can hear you. My name is Wrist, the goddess of commerce, who is in charge today. We were worried when we didn't hear from you. Well, how kind of you. My name is Loki, and it is a pleasure to work with you. Is it better to say the words aloud? Or is it better if I just think about them? Just thinking is fine. But if you don't get used to it, all of Loki-kun's thoughts will be transmitted to us, so until then, it's fine if you say them out loud. I see. Thank you. Wrist-sama is very helpful because you are very receptive. Wrist-sama, she's very good. I'm in trouble now that you say I'm good. So is there anything you want to ask me, or are you having trouble with? I know you can tell what I'm thinking even if I don't say it out loud. Well, I had a problem right away. But that's okay. I was able to use magic for the first time today. But I couldn't figure out why I couldn't do it before, and now suddenly I can. Are you saying that you had acquired the skill and couldn't do it before, but today you were able to do it? Yes. Then there are several possible causes. You didn't have enough magic power, you made a request that didn't match your skill level, or you didn't have a clear idea of what you wanted after it appeared. I'm sure there were no problems in that area. If there is nothing else, no, as long as no other such phenomenon has been confirmed, it is possible that it is because of Loki-kun. Magic is performed by the spirits that float around in this world, helping you and acting on your behalf in exchange for food in the form of magic power. However, the spirits may not have recognized you, or they may not even have acknowledged your existence. Because I am a foreign being in this world. So does that mean that after meeting the goddesses and having my existence recognized, I can now use it? I think there is a high possibility of that. The spirit is a servant of the gods, so if the three of them hadn't kidnapped me back then, I might never have been able to use magic in my life. Oh no, and that acorn bastard didn't even give his servants that kind of instruction. Are you all right? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm fine. I was just complaining about that thing I can't tell you about. Is that so? Thank you, that cleared things up for me. So I'd like to thank you, or rather say something that just occurred to me. What is it? The boss of the goddesses, Troublesome. Is it? Yes. Troublesome is the one who creates and manages us lower gods. I've heard that Troublesome and Alicia-sama consult with her, but maybe you shouldn't trust her too much. You know? I am talking about a possibility, though. ! What do you mean? No. When I was given a mysterious skill, there is a possibility that the inexplicable thing could be a higher god, right? I don't know what Troublesome looks like, but maybe that person was a boy, or rather, a man. A man. Well, since that person is the boss of the goddess, he might even be able to change his appearance at will. Oh, time is running out. I thought I was being nice, but maybe I said something unnecessary. Well, the boss of the goddesses, Troublesome, is the acorn, and I don't know what the circumstances are, but there is a possibility that this Troublesome brought me into this world. Maybe it's not true because Ryusama said before that this world has been abandoned, and that could be the cause. And since I, a commoner, shouldn't get involved in such a big deal, I should just let the goddesses decide the rest. I'm fine as long as I can live a life of daily growth. However, even though I spoke very quickly, a minute was still very short. It seemed that the other goddesses could hear me, but the questions that would have remained a mystery if I had spoken to them individually were easily resolved. I was also told that the power of the spirits is necessary to use magic. Isn't this skill super important? Depending on the goddess, it could be considered a truly divine skill. Should I raise it? The details of the divine communication skill are 1/10, and of course, it can be increased in level with skill points. Originally, this skill could only be possessed by shrine maidens. So, it can be assumed that there is no way for a monster to possess it. Yes, if that's the case, it's worth raising even more. Okay, let's try it. Transfer 4 skill points to raise the Divine Communication skill to level 2. You have acquired Divine Communication LV2. Divine Communication LV2. Occupation, Shrine Maiden. Exclusive Blessing skill allows you to communicate with the goddesses. Usage condition, once a day. Usage time is limited to 2 minutes. Magic power consumption, 60. The increased magic consumption is a pain, but the conversation time at level 2 is 2 minutes. I have 20 skill points left, so I can raise another one if I want to. I'll stop here for now and see how it goes. The next one is 12 points, which is pretty hard, and the magic's bonus is, oh, it suddenly became +14. So that's a +8 increase. I have a feeling that the bonus value is different between Oracle and Divine Communication, but I'll make a note of it as well. When I got up from my bed to pick up my notebook, it suddenly came. Ugh, what is this tiredness? The sleepiness? I can't stand up. I can't. So, my consciousness became clouded, and I lost consciousness on the bed as it was. Chapter 41, Tracker. As I sit up in bed in the morning, I turn my head. What was it about yesterday's sudden feeling of tiredness and sleepiness? As soon as I woke up, I checked to see if there was anything wrong with my body, but I could tell that this feeling was not much different from the usual, except that there was still some physical sluggishness due to fatigue. Yesterday, after I talked to Ryusama using the Divine Communication skill, I got up from my bed to get my notebook and, at that time, I suddenly saw a short sword lying by the side of my bed. No way. Is it because of this? I immediately activated the status screen and found that my current magic power was 58 +14, which was restored to maximum. Then I picked up the fallen short sword, and it was 108 +14. So far, there is no problem. On the other hand, it's kind of nice that the magic power increased due to the grant being not only at the lowest value but also the magic power that can be used right away. However, what would happen if, like yesterday, the short sword is used to force the user to increase the usable magic power and consume that magic power, and then the user gives up the short sword? In other words, what will happen to my body if my magic power turns negative? The result will be the sudden tiredness and drowsiness I felt yesterday, wouldn't it? I don't want to try this now because it would ruin my whole day, but if I did this in the hunting grounds, I would suddenly fall asleep and die. It's super dangerous. I thought I wouldn't die on the Rocker Plains, but there is a pattern of death. The fact that it was morning before I knew it, as if I had warped, suggests that I had been in a deep sleep-like hibernation since last night. There's a chance that if I got gnawed by a rat in this state, I wouldn't wake up until at least the magic power escapes the negative. I'll try not to use the 50 magic powers granted to me unless it's a big emergency. I decided to wash my face, eat breakfast, and go to the Hunters Guild as soon as I got my lunchbox. Then I saw an unusual sight. Oh, it's the first emergency request. I checked the request board before receiving my basket and was a little excited to see the first emergency request. There is another wooden board under the permanent subjugation request, and since the number of hunters killed has been increasing, there is a possibility that the poison mice are proliferating. Therefore, The reward for killing each one should be increased from 1,200 beak to 1,500 beak. It is stated that the end date has not yet been determined and that it may end suddenly. I confirmed the details with Amanda-san, and it seems that the total number of poison mice hunted by the hunters in one day is higher than usual. And although the crops have not yet begun to be damaged, measures have been taken to reduce the total number of poison mice early on. It can't be my overhunting, can it? I'm not complaining about the increased rewards. It's not something I'm going to go out of my way to say, so I'll just keep my mouth shut for now. So I picked up the basket from Roddy-san and went to the exit of the north gate of Bizut. I bought 2 small frankfurters, which had become a habit, and headed for the rocker plane while jogging, along with the 3 guys from the guild who were following me for some reason. After entering the rocker plane, I went deeper and deeper, hunting poison mice that came into view and air mantis that I sensed moving with presence detection. At first, the basket was light, so carrying it on my back was no problem. I just keep walking and moving. Looking behind me, I can see Adant and the others still trying to keep up with me, even though their steps are already showing signs of fatigue. I can't say much about it since I was being followed instead of leading. Still, it would be nice if they would give me a break. I don't really want to be seen hunting a fixed point by making a stone pillar, even if it's okay to be seen moving and hunting. Still, I don't have the option of stopping to be seen, so I pick up my pace so that I can't be followed, and I move to an area where other parties are unlikely to enter. It's just, realistically, impossible. Since I am moving around here while hunting, the weight of the basket is getting heavier and heavier. On top of that, every time I hunt, I have to dismantle it and collect the magic stone, the proof of subjugation, and the materials, so there is no way I can just scatter the 3 guys who are just following me without doing anything. I guess I am just getting used to it and getting stronger, and they are also active hunters. When the basket was more than a third full, and there were no hunters around, I gave up and stopped. I had to stop running to hunt with this weight. How long are you going to follow me? Phew. D, don't get the wrong idea. T, that's right. Phew. We're just moving to the hunting grounds. I see. Phew. Yes. Is your hunting ground still up ahead? Or is it somewhere around here? Why do I have to tell you that? Because it would be less efficient, wouldn't it? If you want to hunt around here, we'll go further. And if you want to go further, we'll hunt around here. What do you think? Well, phew. It depends on my mood. This is not good. If they are only concerned about the safety of a child, they should have fully understood what I can do on my own during my previous mobile hunts. But if they still follow me and their goal is to be in my vicinity, I have no choice but to harass them. But is it worth going out of my way to reduce my own reward? So far, they've just been following me around, and they don't seem to have killed any monsters. It's just too wasteful for them. Do they have any other purpose? No way. Will they take my basket after I collect a bunch of them? Looking at them, they are about 170 to 180 centimeters tall. Obviously, they are more than a head taller than I am now. If they wanted to take it away from me by force, I could raise the basket up to almost 3 meters, but I feel like they could drop it by riding on one of their shoulders and poking it with a spear, and the possibility of being robbed increases greatly just because one of these people has acquired earth magic. Is it okay if I add another one to make it almost 5 meters? No, but the balance is. Although I was still uncomfortable, I didn't want to lose my efficiency by being pushed around by these hopeless people. At that time, I suddenly thought about the stone pillar I had made the other day. Then I remembered the conversation I had with Wrist-sama last night. I stacked 2 stone pillars with a magic consumption of 19. That means I used my level 2 earth magic twice to make a 3-meter stone pillar. However, my earth magic is level 3. In other words, it is 1 level higher. I should be able to use magic with a magic power consumption of up to 29. And the requirements that Wrist-sama said are not in accordance with the skill level. There are 2 keywords for the realization of level 1. The success was generate a stone pillar. 3 keywords for the materialization of skill level 2. The success was generate a long stone pillar, and the failure was generate a long thick stone pillar. However, this request seems to be able to determine as many as 5 keywords if you think about it carefully, and if so, it would seem logical that it should originally be a level 4 skill to manifest. Then, I gave up and practiced my magic in front of Adent and the others. Generate a long stone pillar. Rumble, rumble. One of the 1.5-meter stone pillars I saw yesterday was created, and I placed a basket on it. I also remember to take a large leather bag out of the basket, which is a must for fixed point hunting. And here comes the problem. I muttered to myself as I looked at the ground where the stone pillar stood. Generate a deep, long, stone pillar. Rumble, rumble, rumble. This is awesome. Even though I created it, I am still surprised. The newly created stone pillar alone seems to be almost 5 meters high. So my basket on the stone pillar is so high that I can look up at it. That's about as high as the roof of a 2-story house. Also, I put the word deep in there, so it doesn't matter if they kick it away or push it with 3 people. This stone pillar probably won't be shaken. I'll have to dig to see how deep it is, though. There is nothing more I can do, and I have to trust in the power of the level 3 skill. First of all, based on their surprised reaction earlier, I don't think the 3 of them can make a proper stone pillar. Worst of all, if the 3 of them dig a hole, I'll have to tell the guild that they stole my materials and ask them to do something about it. Even if they don't, I will report them for harassing me. Satisfied with my work for now, I called Adent and the others. I'm going to go hunting now, so please do your best. Then I started running. In my right hand is a short sword, and in my left hand is a large leather bag. When this leather bag is filled, it will contain about 1/4 of the material in the basket. Now, let the fixed point overhunting hunt begin. Chapter 42, Results of Fixed Point Overhunting. When I returned to the stone pillar after the first fixed point overhunt, I could no longer find them. There were no signs of their digging holes, and the stone pillar I had created had several footprints with dirt on it, so I guessed they had given up on the idea that it would not fall over even if they kicked it. I was relieved for the time being that I didn't have to worry about them hiding somewhere because of the good visibility. It was exactly noon. Leaning against a stone pillar, I took a sandwich from a small leather bag hanging from my waist and chewed it while thinking. It's good that this stone pillar was made with 48 magic power consumption, but the problem is to get the basket. Of course, there is no way that I can handle the basket of the stone pillar with just my strength, which Adent and the others could not do even with brute force. Therefore, the task of taking out the basket is a new trial, and I must succeed in this experiment. I rested for half an hour, ate my meal, and stared at the stone pillar in front of me. I'm getting nervous. From this point on, the work is a bit tiring. Naturally, I am getting tense, but I have no choice but to put my energy into it because I will not be able to do a stable fixed point hunt in the future if I do not resolve the situation here. After checking the status screen once, I placed my hand on the stone pillar in front of me and muttered to myself while staring at my feet. Generate a 5-meter-long stone pillar. Rumble, rumble. Ooh. The stone pillar rises from beneath my feet. My vision gets further and further away from the ground, and I can feel the power of my hand touching the stone pillar with the basket on it. And at a good height, where I could reach the basket by stretching out my hand a little, the stone pillar that was still supporting me stopped moving. That was scary. But the experiment was a success. Since this was just one of the fixed point overhunting trips, I haven't gone down with the basket yet. After transferring the contents of the leather bag I was carrying into the basket and rehydrating myself, I slid down the stone pillar, clutching it like a climbing pole I used to play with as a child, with a diameter of about 30 centimeters. Now, the question is whether I can continue this way. I immediately checked the magic power consumed by this stone pillar and found that it took 26 magic powers to create a 5-meter stone pillar. Well, if that amount of magic power is consumed just by touching the basket, then, of course, it is heavy. Even though it was heavy, if it was only this much, it could be adjusted. And I don't know how long I've been doing this kind of maximum rate adjustment in games. First of all, while measuring the recovery time of 26, let's adjust it with the travel range of the expedition. I decided to do this and worked on a serious fixed point hunt as long as I did not exhaust my magic power and physical strength. Section. I got too carried away. It's hard. Nevertheless, I didn't stop jogging. Mainly because today is the first time my basket is full on the rocker plane. In fact, it overflowed a bit, and I was about to drop it on the road, so I had some material in my leather bag as well. This is my 4th day of taking the pills. The return trip was even harder because my stamina was at a low point, but I couldn't beat the joy of getting back on track with my fixed point hunting. I couldn't stop feeling like I was hitting maximum efficiency. It feels like it would be a shame to stop, and it makes me want more and more. If this were a game world, I would have stayed on the rocker plane, run another account, carried food and cashed in materials, and not even gone back to town. Is that idea even possible? But it would require a very trustworthy transporter, and a person who could walk across the rocker plane with ease. It would be great if it were possible. I had such a fantasy, and before I knew it, I was standing in front of the demolition site with the help of a stick. Hey, are you okay, huh? Oh, I did it again. I'm fine. My head was full of delusions. Well, if you can hunt that much in one day, you must be worried about how to spend the money. When Roddy-san saw the contents of my basket after saying that, his face clearly twitched. That's to be expected, right? I was surprised myself when I realized that my basket was overflowing. However, I was only thinking about the skill experience, not the material. Ha 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 ha. Then please take this one. Oh, and this one too. I'll take a look at them after I finish this one, so leave the materials on the counter and wait a minute. I handed him a large leather bag along with the basket, and he held his head in his hands, but I didn't feel guilty at all, knowing that this would help him earn money as well. I don't know what time I'll be home today. Well, that's okay. Roddy-san will get more money for it, right? That's true, but there's a limit, you know. Are you aware of that? The mayor and the guild master were up in arms about the increase in poison mice because of you. They even issued an emergency request for precautionary measures. I saw it this morning. The reward was a bit higher. When I asked other hunters, they said it's the same as usual. And they must be mistaken because of the large number of Loki's hunts. But it's not my fault, is it? I never said that the number of poison mice is increasing, and it's very hard. Of course, it's not your fault. It is not your fault, but it is definitely the trigger. Roddy-san, who seemed to have finished checking the materials for another party while his mouth was still moving, wrote a few words on a wooden board and handed it to that party to check. The poison mouse materials rank C is 3, B is 4, A is 8, the rest are the subjugation proof, and the magic stones are 15 each, and the subjugation proof of air mantis and the magic stones are 5 each. Is that correct? Why yeah, no problem. The hunter with a stubbled beard who said that, who was about 30 years old, replied while looking at my materials placed beside me. Or rather, he was responding to the material. As I recall, poison mouse is about 6,000 beak per mouse if the material rank is decent, and air mantis is about 10,000 beak each. So I don't know how many people are in his party, but the total reward is around 140,000 or so. If there were 4 people, that would still be about 35,000 beak per person. The more I think about the rewards of Zinkun's and Adent's parties, the more I realize that the rocker plains are a good hunting ground at a good price. I wish Zinkun and the others had gone there too. I thought about that when my material judgment seemed to have ended. How can you keep hunting day after day and keep increasing the amount of materials? All the materials are A rank, 53 poison mice and 12 air mantis in total. He handed me a wooden board and said this, but there was no point in confirming it since I couldn't remember how many I had hunted myself. No problem. Please leave them with me. Okay. Oh, and by the way, Roddy-san, you don't have any baskets bigger than this, do you? There's only one in this town. Besides, it's always used by one person, so if you're asking me if there's one or not, there isn't. I see. That means that if I need one, I might as well get one custom made, right? Well, yes, but are you going to increase the amount of material even more? Pretty impossible considering your figure, isn't it? That's the thing, isn't it? It was pretty hard to carry that thing and run after the hunt was over. Huh? Run? You mean running, not walking? When I say running, I mean jogging. I wanted to increase my physical strength. I can see why you came back with such a ridiculous amount of material. Hey Walden. If you've got time to fool around, you should be working hard like Loki. That's how you got what you got. I know. There's no way I could carry that much on my way back. It was a flow that I couldn't quite understand, but I was glad for the time being that the expression on the face of Walden-san, who was looking at me with a somewhat ardent party-like gaze, changed to a wry smile that was almost like resignation. If more than one such party appeared, I wouldn't be able to handle it, and I should also report on today's events. With that in mind, I went to the reception area and found the people I least wanted to meet. The ardent party was waiting for me. Chapter 43, Troublesome Matter. What the hell is this situation? The leader of the party, Ardent, is standing with his elbow in front of the usually empty counter, known as Amanda-san's counter, where I do business, and the other two party members, whose names I don't know but whose faces I recognize, are standing behind him. Amanda-san is, I don't know what she's thinking. It looks like she's doing something else with a calm expression on her face. Sigh. I'm not sure what's going on, so I guess I'll just go through it once. Oh, give the wooden board to Amanda-san quickly. I silently walked past them and went to the lady at the diner. Auntie, I'm thirsty. Please give me some ice water. Here you go. You seem to work hard every day. Hey, you. I only carry one water bottle so as not to add to my luggage. I use it to wipe my sword and to drink water, so I inevitably run out of water in the afternoon. I've been running more than anyone else and sweating more than usual. Bwaka. I'm coming back to life. One more glass. Just keep filling my glass with water. I'll be fine. Yes. Hey, don't you dare ignore me. A guy behind me is making some noise, but I don't care about that right now. I need to rehydrate. Oh, ice water. But what should I do? Should I leave it for later and just go home today? It's very difficult to deal with him in this exhausting situation. I mean, his tone and attitude have always been bad, but I feel like they are getting worse. Why is that? Is it because I have been too good-natured? If so, if I leave without dealing with him, Ardent will think to himself, I won, in his brain and cause even more trouble. It can't be helped. After returning the cup to the lady, I turned to face Ardent. So, what is it? Don't ask me what it is. I told you to hurry up and give me the board. I don't know why I should take such an order from you. Are you my party leader? That's right. That's why I told you to take it out. Huh? This idiot might be crazy. I didn't think he would confirm the words I said in jest. Since it's a party, the reward should be divided equally, right? Yes, yes. The worst thing that can happen to a single person who runs off with the rewards is expulsion from the Hunters Guild. As if in pursuit, the remaining two members of the party also spoke in inexplicable tones. No, I don't understand what you mean. Amanda-san, who heard my words, said with a sigh, I'm going to take a look at the facts. So why don't you geese shut up for a minute, Loki-kun? Yes, what is it? Ardent and the others told me that they were supposed to party with Loki-kun at the Rocker Plain today. Is that true? That is a complete lie. I refused the party yesterday, and today, they followed me all morning and almost took my materials. After I took action, they were gone. Huh? Don't you dare lie now, okay? You also told us to do our best. That means we should work hard together as party members. That's right. If you put down the basket and said, I'm going hunting, and I wish you well, we would think we were having a party with you. Let's not make any funny accusations about stealing your basket. We didn't even touch your basket. That's amazing. How can they interpret that last word in such a twisted way? I can't even say something sarcastic to these idiots. I'll be more careful next time. Amanda-san, how do you settle a case like this? I'm at a loss. Normally, a majority vote would be considered strong, but Loki-kun is alone, and Ardent and the others are in a party of 3. The majority vote is meaningless. Hey, Amanda-san, why don't you trust us? We've been doing this for years. You know who's more trustworthy. That's right. We're supposed to be praised for babysitting a child, right? That's right. We will take good care of him so that he won't die so easily in the future, so please admit it quickly. Oh, this is bad. If this goes on, I'll lose control. Patience. I'd like to ask you some questions. Huh? What is it? First, what is your hunter rank? Huh? It's F. You're the same as us anyway, right? I see. How much money did you three make today? Why, if we were to form a party, it would be natural to want to know how much money you three made, right? Their reward for today was about 42,000 beak for the three of them. Hey, Amanda-san, you're not supposed to mention that. Isn't that supposed to be confidential? Are you protecting this guy? You will be fired from the guild. You're disqualified as a receptionist. Why? From your point of view, Loki-kun is a party member, right? You said it yourself earlier. The reward must be shared equally, and anyone who runs away with it will be expelled from the guild. TSK. That's right. You're in luck, kid. We'll share our fee equally with you. How much is that? If we give the kid about 5,000 beak, it'll be okay, right? Hey, we talked about our reward and sharing, so let's just hand over the wooden board and share your reward, too, okay? Yes, that's right, kid. We'll meet here first thing tomorrow morning. Since you seem to like carrying a basket on your back, I'll make sure you carry a lot of baskets on your back tomorrow as well. I'll bring my own basket as well, so when the boy fills it up, I'll put it in this one. If the guild, including Amanda-san, can solve the problem. I wanted to keep quiet about it, but this is not good. I glanced at Amanda-san, but she just looked annoyed and didn't seem to have a next move. That's right. If there is a problem between hunters, the hunters should solve it among themselves. That is the ironclad rule. It's not Amanda-san's fault, and what she can do is probably just some follow-up like she did before. It is unlikely that I can expect anything more if I wait any longer. If that's the case, I guess there's nothing I can do about it. I am not a hero. I'm not a good person. So, there is no need for a smart solution that takes care of the other party. The worst that can happen is that I have to leave this town. That's all. Hey, I'm already hungry, and this is a waste of time. So can I go home? Huh? Don't you want your share? If that's the case, fine, go home. Just give me the wooden board and go home. The share from the 42,000 beak? I don't need that much money. Besides, I've already deposited all the money, so I don't have the board. Unlike you, I don't live on a day-to-day basis. What did you say? Are you making fools of us? Yes, you're making fools of us. We've been hunters for years, and you have an F rank, right? Today, you almost died just by following us. What's the point of you making fun of us? I'm going to beat you to death, you little shit. The leader, Adent, throws a nearby chair in a random direction, but it doesn't matter. I saw a scene like this many times in my sales days when my branch manager threw a tantrum over bad numbers. Good thing the ashtray wasn't flying right at me. This is my last piece of advice. I won't party with you because there's no single benefit to doing so. Where in the world would you find someone who can make 400,000 beak on their own and yet go out of their way to form a party with 3 people who can only make 120,000 beak? Unless there is a special reason, like a favor you did me, but you don't have any, do you? I'm quite annoyed with you and have a bad impression of you. That's why I won't have a party with the 3 of you, no matter what the circumstances are. Why, you're joking. And yet, if you still want to stand in my way, I won't hesitate any longer. If there is no point in doing so, then I will consider you 3 as enemies from now on. Oh? What if we are your enemies? If you are enemies, then you are just like monsters, right? There is no way to talk to you properly, and you only want to cause trouble and damage. Then, just like goblins, I'll eliminate you if you get in my way. If there are people on your side, I'll eliminate them all together. Huh? Are you kidding me? Wait a minute, Loki-kun. You're not calm at all. I mean, it can't be helped. I tried to be patient and calm, but they kept getting more and more aggressive. Normally, You can judge whether someone is stronger or weaker than you to some extent by watching them hunt monsters or use magic, can't you? But idiots can't do that. That's why they think they're stronger than me and say things like, "You're making fun of me," or "I'm going to kill you." If that's the case, the only way is to let the fools understand directly. I understand what you're saying. However, if you do that, you'll be a criminal. Hey, someone go get the guild master. I don't want that either. But if there's no other solution, what choice do we have? I don't want to be taken advantage of by these three idiots. If that happens, I'll go back to Palmyra and stay there. To be honest, I don't want to do that. I only know this city. I'd like to visit other cities and see more of the country. I want to eat more good food. And to be honest, I want to get married, which I couldn't do in my previous life. So, 90% of what I say is bluff. I'm not sure what would happen if 3 people came at me at the same time, although I'm sure I'm better than them individually. I don't think they have that much money, but if they hire someone stronger with money, it will be me who dies. So I'm going to make it to this situation and find another solution in the guild. Other hunters might look at me with disdain, but if that's the case, it doesn't matter. I don't want to party with them. At the very least, it would be good if I could get requests in Bizet and get cash for them. And the guild will not be able to help me now that I have come this far. If these 3 idiots don't back down, I'll just go the Demon King route. I'll just have to find another way to enjoy myself, preferably hiding in the depths of Palmyra. While I was thinking about that, the guildmaster in the city of Bizet heard what was going on. Yaguf-san appeared with a worried look on his face. Chapter 44, The Little Villain's Ending. What's all the fuss about at this hour? Yaguf-san, the guildmaster, took one look at me and glared at the 3 idiots. What is it? I have a feeling that Yaguf-san's impression of the 3 of them is not good. But isn't their reputation originally good? Well, you're bothering the others here. Follow me. Yaguf-san walked to the back of the room without turning his head, and I followed him, and the 3 of them also followed him quietly, probably because the guild master had given his order. At that time, for some reason, Amanda-san also got up and followed us, but since Amanda-san is the Amanda counter, I think it will not be too much of a problem if she is not at the reception desk. We all went to another room in the same row as the one where I took the training before. There was a low table in the middle of the room with 3 sofas on either side. Yaguf-san sat in the middle, so I sat on the sofa. Of course, the 3 of them went to the sofa opposite me. I thought Amanda-san would stand behind Yaguf-san, but for some reason, she sat next to me, which made me feel weird. I felt like I had more allies, so I decided to agree without saying anything. So what's the dispute about? Each of you should explain what's going on. The leader, Adent, should speak on behalf of the party. While one of you is explaining, no one will interrupt until you're finished. Oh, scary. Those eyes seemed to know a lie at a glance. I get goosebumps. Of course, but since I have nothing to lie about, I just tell the truth. And the 3 of them, they don't notice. There is no way they could have noticed. They develop their own convenient flower garden story filled with lies, and Amanda-san objectively explains what kind of consultation she received from me as a receptionist. Then she explained to Yaguf-san how today's events came about. First of all, the guild does not get involved in personal disputes between hunters. You understand that, don't you? Yes. I learned that in training. Of course, I know that. So let me say this, not as the guild master, but as my personal opinion. After this premise, Yaguf-san continued. Adent, why did you call Loki? Huh? Well, since the boy was alone on the rocker plane, I thought I'd bring him into the party early as a senior member. I heard that earlier. I'm not asking for a front. I'm asking for the truth. That's well, he's collected a decent amount of material on his own, and I thought it would be A+ to have him in our party. You've been a hunter for over 5 years now. You knew it would be a significant, if not small, increase in income, and in some ways disproportionate. Well, in other words, you are more interested in your own income than in Loki's safety. Am I wrong? No. It's certainly an invitation to expect income as well. I'm the party leader, so I should think about that. But it's true that I tried to prevent the boy from rushing to his death. Then why did you say that Loki used the magic stone pillar? So you retreated when you realized you couldn't touch the material? If what you say about the lucky charm is true, wouldn't you have stayed there and hunted the monsters with Loki? I thought he was good because he was able to defeat them by himself. He also said something about efficiency. Then what you said earlier is different. This is an action that doesn't try to prevent haste to death at all. Adent-kun, you're screwed. He is already dying from Yaguf-san's simple attack of logic. And then Yaguf-san spoke to me. And Loki, why did you put the basket on the stone pillar and start hunting? If you don't mind talking about it. Of course, I have no problem with the reason. I just wanted to prevent theft of materials and hunt at a fixed point. Fixed point hunting? Like I said, I hunt alone. So, if I put the material in a basket, it gets heavier and harder to move. So I put the basket down and hunted the nearby monsters almost empty-handed. When I can no longer hold the materials, I go back to the basket and put the materials in the basket and repeat the process. Did you do the same in Palmyra? That's right. I think I did it from the very first day. I see. That's why the amount of Loki's material that showed up in the report was always far greater than the rest. Wasn't it? Well, I don't think that's the only reason. I ran as much as I could. I see. And Adent tried to steal the material. No. No, we did not try to steal it. We haven't even touched his basket. Adent is a bit nervous to be suddenly approached. This guy must have let his guard down when he thought the other person had moved on to me. Loki said that the stone pillar had several kick marks on it. That would mean that when Loki left his basket and went hunting, you tried to knock over the stone pillar, right? Not that you didn't touch it, but that you couldn't touch it. Am I wrong? No, that's not true. The kick marks are his bullshit. Then why didn't you deny it before, huh? I spoke earlier on the premise that you couldn't touch the material. But why didn't you deny it then? Yaguf-san is scary. I want to go back to the inn as soon as possible because if I don't, I won't be able to eat the innkeeper's food. The other two realized that things were going badly, too. Their faces turned blue, but I think it's already too late. Isn't it strange? Why is the guild master siding with that kid who got carried away a while ago? Is that kid so important to you? I'm not taking sides. Your story, Loki's story, and Amanda's story, who was consulted by Loki beforehand and saw how today's events unfolded. I'm telling you this based on my judgment. What the hell? And you know what? I don't want to create a situation where people die, especially if it's one of our hunters. What do you mean? Hypothetically, what do you think would happen if you and Loki went up against each other? Well, if push comes to shove, there are 3 of us, and if necessary, we can team up with some of the guys we know and, the result is that you will all die. Of course, but also all those who are easily caught up in the situation. That's assuming the worst case scenario. Are you kidding me? Just one child. That's why you're only an F rank. You have no risk aversion whatsoever. What makes you think that someone who can collect more than several times the amount of material by himself is weaker than you? Where does this confidence come from? The amount of materials Loki brings back in a day is extraordinary. It's not just for a party, but for a single person. It's sure to set a new record in this city. If you're a hunter, you know what I mean. Do you have that much skill, that much quick wit, that special something? Only Loki himself can tell, and it's best not to pry. But do you understand that you're trying to antagonize this out of the ordinary guy? It's a bit harsh to be called out of the ordinary, but I consider myself out of the ordinary, so I can't deny it at all. And maybe, Yaguf-san is wary of me being an otherworlder. And the goddess said that they give special skills to otherworlders. If I tell him that I'm treated like an outsider and only get to see my status, he'd probably be disappointed, so I'll just shut up and give off an aura that I might actually be amazing. We're not trying to be hostile. You forcefully recruit people to join your party, and when you fail, you try to take away their materials, and when that also fails, you try to take away their achievements for the day on a forced pretext. You also tried to force him to join the party tomorrow and even to carry your luggage, right? The only people who think this is not hostile are you. What should we do? Yes, I didn't think it would be this serious. I'll be serious from now on. Can't you spare me? I looked at Yaguf-san, but he shook his head. I'm sorry, but there is no future for you, or, to be more precise, your future as a hunter. You tried to rob people of their materials. According to the guild's rules, you will be permanently expelled as a hunter. No way. We didn't take it from him. We didn't make a single penny. On the contrary, we're losing money by forcing ourselves to go along with the kid. I can't get another job now. The act of trying to rob someone is evil to the hunter, not whether you actually rob them or not. There is no reason to keep people with such thoughts in the guild. Seriously? You're lucky you didn't rob him. If you had, you would have gone from the jurisdiction of the Hunters Guild to the jurisdiction of the law. Consider yourself lucky that you didn't become a criminal slave. Loki, are you okay with this? I think to myself as I see Yaguf-san asking me this. It would be quite inconvenient to make him an enemy but too comforting to make him an ally. Thank you, Yaguf-san. And even though she was just stunned, it was also reassuring to have Amanda-san by my side. Thank you, Amanda-san. So let's settle this matter properly in my mind as well. This is not good enough at all. Chapter 45, Beyond the Law. The voices of the people in the room began to break out all at once, and their eyes focused on me. That's right. The hunter was expelled as expected, but it's a good thing they didn't end up in the judicial system. Case closed. Yay. Aside from the three of them standing in front of me with their mouths agape, this was probably the way Yaguf-san had imagined the outcome, and even Amanda-san, who was watching from the side, must have thought that this was the end of it. But not for me. I am not a hero. I am not a good man. I am a man who was willing to go the Demon King's route, which was the remaining 10%. There was no way I was going to let them get away with such a lukewarm response. I understand their punishment. I am a little unhappy that attempts are not judged by the law, but that is the law of this country, and I guess I have no choice but to accept it. Then, what else is there to say? Amanda-san tilted her head with a curious look on her face. I'm sorry. I want you to think about your age for a moment. My thoughts were a bit fuzzy, but I regained my composure and continued the story. Being expelled from the Hunters Guild is just a punishment for them and has nothing to do with me. What I am asking for is compensation for me. In other words, apart from the expulsion, are you asking for some kind of compensation or apology from these guys for what happened? I was worried about whether the word compensation would be conveyed, but Yaguf-san's words made me understand that different language comprehension had done its job. That's right. There is nothing wrong with simply inviting people to a party. Whether you accept the invitation or not, being invited to a party is quite normal. However, I felt very stressed when they followed me afterward. In fact, while I was hunting and moving around, they just followed me without doing anything. So it is very likely that the influence of the prayer to the goddess was spread to those who were not even working. Besides, this time, the hunting was over. I think about 2 hours had already passed. In other words, I was delayed for 2 hours for nothing because of them. Also, I missed the dinner I reserved at the inn because they took all my money. Do you know what hourly rate means? It means how much you make per hour. By the way, my earnings today are, I roughly calculated it to be about 440,000 beak. I would earn that in about 10 hours, which means my hourly rate is 44,000 beak. That means, if I am detained for 2 hours, it is about 88,000 beak. And if you take into account the mental anguish, the effect of praying to the goddess, etc., would it be enough to beat them out of all their money? What I'm saying is absurd. I know it myself. In my former world, where civil and criminal matters are separated, this is understandable. In this world, there is no such division and no idea of compensation for individuals, as seen in the reactions of Amanda-san and Yaguf-san. Besides, even in Japan, the only thing you can use outside of work is mental anguish. Still, if it is possible to uproot those who are considered enemies, take what you can from them and let them fall to the ground. Wait a minute. I lost my job, and now I need some extra money. I don't care about your situation. You're in this situation because you want to take it from me so easily without thinking about the risks, right? Please forgive me. I am planning to get married, And if I lose not only my job but also my money now, I won't be able to get married. Such situations have nothing to do with me, right? Why don't you just give up on marriage? Wait a minute. They may have saved their money, but I don't have any extra money to begin with. I have no money to pay you. Then you are a debt slave. If I remember correctly, when you damaged the guild's books, they said you were a debt slave. That's a thing, isn't it? Debt slave. I look at Amanda-san as I say this and smile as she nods her head awkwardly. The three people in front of me turn white, but I don't care what happens to my enemies. Wait a minute, Loki. If I may put it this way, if you push them too far, you're going to get in trouble, aren't you? The guild's training program is a good thing. According to the guild's training program, if they were bandits, there would be no problem turning the tables on them, right? Why yeah. Are you right in assuming that it is because the other party is a criminal? That's right. So if they attack me with the intention of harming me, I can return the blow and not be charged with a crime, right? I suppose so. I hate them so much that I really want to kill them, but I can't because of the law, so now I have to put up with it. So I don't hurt for money, but I try to solve the problem with money, and if they attack me, I can kill them, right? Isn't that great? When I said that and smiled at them, the porter who had talked about marriage wiped the foam from his lips and fainted. And from there, it went quickly. The 42,000 beak they had received today were confiscated, as well as all 300,000 beak in cash the three hunters had in their possession. And since they were no longer hunters, I also confiscated all of their weapons and armor, as well as potions and other items that could be used to make money. As expected, I didn't want them to make a serious suicide attack on me, so I gave them a break on the money and furniture in their house. Thanks to Yaguf-san's earlier threat, they seemed to think I had something special and obeyed me with frightened looks on their faces from start to finish, which made my pent-up anger go down. In the end, the penniless drunkard seemed to have borrowed money from the other two as former colleagues, and since the three of them had begged me, I decided to go without a debt slave. I had no intention of going that far in the first place, so it was a small price to pay, considering the reduced possibility of retaliation. I watched the three of them leave the guild in a state of despair and thanked Amanda-san, who looked frightened for some reason, and Yaguf-san, who looked distressed. Thank you for your help this time. Thank you very much. And I apologize for the inconvenience. I thanked them at a 90-degree angle and handed them each 100,000 beak of the money I had just confiscated. I wasted your time as well as mine. This is my apology. Loki, is this way of doing things your common sense? I wonder. People in my hometown are different, but if you help me, I will thank you properly. I just think that if you become an enemy, there will be no mercy. I must avoid antagonizing Loki. No matter how many lives I have, it will never be enough. Ha ha ha. But even so, I am still weak. That's why I train every day. Amanda-san still remained frozen, but the corners of her mouth turned up when I gave her the 100,000 beak, so I guess it's okay for now. At this rate, I might be able to ask her to do something for me. Now, about the potion, if it's possible, can you give it to Zinc-kun and the others when they come to the reception? Huh? Loki, aren't you going to use it yourself? I don't think I'll be using it for a while since I'll still be in the rocker plane. So I thought I would give it to Zinc-kun and the others. I confiscated 8 normal potions and 6 poison potions, but if I'm not going to use them, it would make more sense to give them to Zinc-kun and the others. Maybe Zinc-kun and the others will go to the rocker plane sooner or later, and if they don't, they can sell them somewhere and get some money for them. I wouldn't mind that much, but there's always a demand for them, so the guild can buy them, you know? I don't need money right now, and it's not like I have anything I want. I owe them a debt of gratitude, so please give it to Zinc-kun and the others. Loki-kun, you really are strange. That's right, and it's interesting that you don't use any potions on the rocker plane. Maybe it's time to evaluate you as an E rank. I still won't go to Lulub Forest even if I get to E rank, though. I don't want to die. As long as you have this caution, you won't die so easily. That's all for today. Let's all get ready to go home. With that, Yaguf-san muttered to me as Amanda-san, who was closest to the door, walked out of the business meeting room. The nail that sticks out gets hammered down. I guess there is a good chance that something similar will happen in the future. Be careful, okay? Yes, sir. That doesn't mean I won't weigh myself, but I'll try to be as inconspicuous as possible. I thought I would answer him in a normal way, but for some reason, Yuguf-san's feet stopped. His hand on the door, his gaze fixed on me, and he didn't move. He stared at me with eyes that seemed to be looking deep into mine. The words I just said are, as far as I know, a special language that is often misinterpreted, even by adults. Of course. This is not the case if your different language comprehension skill level is high, but it is not something that can be easily understood, at least not by a child. It's the only other world language I know. I tried to speak it in that language, but Loki seemed to understand it quite easily, didn't he? Chapter 46, Designation Request. I am surprised by Yuguf-san's words. I see. The proverb is sent to me as it is, without going through different language comprehension. It's true that if you don't understand the meaning of a proverb, you won't be able to have a proper conversation with it. Because I knew it, I understood it easily. Is that what you mean? Besides, those words are spoken in Japanese, so once the conversation is understood, there is no way to make a proper excuse. I quickly looked at Yuguf-san, who had his hands in the air and a wry smile on his face. Don't get me wrong. I have no desire to antagonize Loki, nor do I want to pry into your identity. I don't want to die yet either. Then why? Well, that's right. Because I'm getting to know Loki's character through this case. Loki is a man who makes a clear distinction between friend and foe. And while you can be merciless to your enemies, otherwise, you're a pretty good-natured guy. Am I wrong? I'm not sure myself, but you're right about making a clear distinction between friend and foe. Didn't I give you the mayor's reward a while ago? I was wondering if I should try it at that time, but as expected, I couldn't make that decision at that time. You mean you already had a good idea at that time? That's right. I think it's suspicious at first when you're dressed in such a strange outfit. And although you seem to take it off now, Loki wore a watch on your left arm, didn't you? Did you know that? Well, that's it. It is late today, so could you give me some time tomorrow? Of course. Since I am interrupting your usual work, I will pay you 1 million beak as my designated request. If the reward is that large, I would be wary. Please don't take it that way. Your reward is more than 400,000 beak per day, right? I just thought it would be a good idea to ask for the same amount of money. Of course, I would appreciate it if you could lower it to 500,000 beak. No, in that case, 1 million beak. It's bad. It's bad. Don't assume that I'm going to accept it. What the hell am I supposed to do? Just as I thought. You're a smart guy, and won't be able to do anything about it. Well, don't be so hard. It's very simple. I want you to look at something and give me your opinion. That's it. Does that mean it's from another world? I don't know. Only other worlders can identify it, can't they? Sure. As I said before, I have no intention of antagonizing Loki. The reason is that I don't want to die. So I have no intention of forcing you to do anything, even if it is a request. I promise you that. I understand. I don't want to die either, so I won't be hostile. That is the simplest and most satisfying reason. I'll just think of tomorrow as a holiday. That's a relief. Tomorrow. Well, you can come to the guild about the time the noon bell rings. Until then, you can do whatever you want. Just make sure you finish your lunch first, okay? I understand. I'll come see you tomorrow, thanks. Yes, I'm looking forward to it. After leaving the guild, I looked up at the sky and wondered why something strange had happened. Perhaps what Yuguf-san wanted to show me was something on Earth with an unknown purpose. I'll have to see if it's something I can recognize. I think the goddesses said that they reincarnate souls. That means they are not transmigrating like me. If that's the case, it's unnatural for things of earthly origin to exist in this world. They mentioned that there was another way between dimensions or something, but it was so long ago that Ria Sharma forgot about it, and it doesn't seem to be something that will happen anytime soon. I wonder what it is. I'm a little excited too, even though it might be a bad idea in itself. Maybe there are others like me who have been forced to move. Well, I don't have an answer, even though I'm thinking about it now, and I'll probably figure something out tomorrow. Then the first thing I should do as soon as possible is to have dinner. Today is a celebration, as I have defeated the first bad guys and earned some extra money. Then let's go to that restaurant, curry section. Nervous, impatient. How many times have I entered the room at the inn and shouted divine communication? Did I shout too much, and it bothered me? What is it that makes me shout divine communication in my mind even when I am pushed against the wall? I don't really know how long I talked to them because I did it lightly without thinking deeply about yesterday's divine communication. As a result, I wonder, has it been 24 hours already? Is everything okay now? I tried to call the goddesses many times as if I was trying to time my call with them. The time limit of 1 day. It is now confirmed that this is not after midnight but 24 hours after use. If I don't manage the time well the rest of the day, I could miss a day's worth of calls. It's not like everyone wants to chat with the goddesses, who are most likely extremely beautiful. Yeah, what I'm looking for is skill experience. I'm a stoic guy. I'm not the type to skip hunting because I'm too busy with women. But even so, I think the voice and atmosphere of Sama I talked to yesterday was very good. Her tone was a bit cold and formal, but sometimes she was embarrassed or worried about me. If I had to guess just from her voice, I'd say she would fit the position of a super beautiful secretary in a big company or something like that. I wonder who it is today. I wonder who will answer. Heartache. It was wrong. Divine communication. The pronunciation between heartache and divine communication is almost similar in Japanese. Oh, is that Loki-kun? Hello? It's me, Loki. I'm sorry for cutting you off yesterday. It's okay. It's okay. It's because of the skill. Feelin, the goddess of fertility, will be in charge today. Thank you very much for your understanding. Based on yesterday's reflection, I have increased my skill level, so starting today, I'll take 2 minutes of your time. Oh, everyone will be happy to hear that. We're the kind of people whose only entertainment is a general glimpse of the lower world. Basically, we're bored, so if we can do something in person, it makes us that much happier. Is that so? You don't talk much to that shrine maiden, do you? The shrine maiden is a special presence in the lower world, so she only uses her divine communication once a year, at a certain time, and the stories are surprisingly boring. That's such a waste. What are you talking about? Even Loki-kun stopped using it early on. No, that was too much of a crap skill. Sorry, I was stunned for about 3 days by the amount of noise and chatter. We were all so excited. Sorry. I'm on duty now, so don't worry. I understand. It's fun. Sama seems to be full of energy just by talking to me. She's the best goddess for a day like today when I'm depressed and tired. I feel like I'm regaining my lost youth. He says it's fun. Geez, don't say things like that. It can't be helped. This Sama will answer Loki-kun's questions. After all, you can still read my mind when I speak, but thank you. Actually, there is a skill that I really want to get, and today, I wanted to see if such a skill exists in this world. I think we can use all the skills that the entire race could potentially use, so if you tell me what kind of skill it is, I'll probably be able to figure it out. Oh, well, you see, it's a kind of storage system that allows you to store your belongings and other items in a separate space and move them in and out freely. It is also called storage, item box, inventory, and so on. What do you think? Is this something that could exist in this world? Storing luggage in another space, isn't that an application of spatial magic? Or rather, I think List was giving skills to some other worlder for such a purpose. Ooh, there is such a thing, huh? I want to unleash an iron fist of fury on that cheating bastard who got it without any effort, but now I have hope. By the way, do you know how to get the spatial magic? It's still hidden in my status screen, and I don't even know the requirements to get it. Sorry. I don't know about that. We hid the skill from the very beginning, so I don't really know the requirements for acquiring it along the way. But I do know that people study how to acquire and manifest magic, so if you go to a research facility or a book that outlines such things, you can find out. That's true. but it's very helpful information. As expected from the goddess. As expected from Feline Sama. No. Not so much. What else? What else do you want to know? If you ask me that, I have a lot of questions I want to ask you. But if I ask in the middle, it'll probably end up in the middle of the conversation, and especially from my conversation with Feline Sama, I have the feeling that the goddess is free and enjoys talking to me like this. If that's the case, it's probably not a good idea for me to just ask questions one way or the other. That's just salesmanship. Letting the goddesses do the talking should lead to a sense of satisfaction. There are still a lot of things I want to ask or confirm, but I'll do that when I feel like it. But more importantly, is everything going to be okay with your bosses that we talked about in the middle of the conversation yesterday? Well, we discussed it a bit with everyone. In the end, there was nothing we could do, so we decided to continue watching and observing the world as usual. I see. I was a little sorry that I confused you by telling you that story. You don't need to worry about that. On the contrary, you can tell me if you have any concerns about it. We've told you before that we look at this world as a whole, and we don't and can't look at individuals. So I don't think we would know why you were called to this world, the whole. I mean, you don't realize it until it becomes important. Exactly that. Thiril, the goddess of life, watches the world's population trends and so on, but we can notice when a war breaks out, and more people die, but we can't notice before a war breaks out. And we can't do anything special just because there's a war going on. So you just watch and observe. Yes, we are forbidden to interfere in the lower world unless it is a matter of great importance. It would have to be at a level where you could be a factor in the destruction of the people. So, I think it would be better if you, Loki-kun, would take action directly so that we can understand why you were called to this world. I see. Well, I don't feel anything happening to me right now, so I'll just enjoy life in this world and report back if I notice anything. I'll take that as a thank you for letting me know what's bothering you. Good. Speaking of thanks, you can come and show your face. Wrist, Thiril, and I haven't met Loki-kun yet. Oh, that's right. Well, I'm free tomorrow morning, so I'll do what I have to do, and if I have more time, I'll stop by the church. But I've been called away suddenly before, and it caused a lot of trouble for the priest, so I'm not absolutely sure. Please take care of that part. Don't worry if you come. Oh, it's over. The ending is a little too optimistic, and I'm a little worried, but I guess you could say it's Feline Sama's character, so I guess I'll just have to do something about it over here. Well, if it's just a prayer to the goddesses, there are no priests or sisters next to me, and if I kneel in front of the statue of the god as if I'm praying for the right time when no one is around, the goddesses will do something about the rest. Foo. I wonder what the other three look like. I can't wait to see if it's about killing or not killing. I don't want to go back there, but if it's a relationship like this, I'm not afraid to go see them because I'm a guy, too. Let's at least go with a nice haircut. Thinking this, I used the rest of my magic power to make a fingertip match. Chapter 47, Cozy Space. I nodded in bed in the morning and came up with an answer. After all, yesterday, I deliberately fell asleep due to a lack of magic power. The short sword was granted a 50 magic power increase. If I let go of the weapon with less than 50 magic powers, I will go into a forced coma with a strong feeling of fatigue. The duration is about the same as a normal sleep, and currently, I usually wake up to the sound of the morning bell, which has become a habit. What happens when the magic power is in the negative range is a mystery since it is not easy to test it alone, but the fact that the magic power recovers to the maximum when I wake up from the forced sleep shows that the estimated 150 or so magic powers are recovered naturally enough in about 8 hours of sleep. Since I naturally take off my leather armor when I sleep, the recovery speed would be even faster when I am in hunting mode, where the leather armor's natural recovery of magic power is increased. I was not sure about the range of the grant. When I hold the weapon, the effect is applied, and when I let go of the weapon, the effect is removed. I knew that much, but yesterday, I tried it with a sword attached to the sword belt that I bought as a set when I bought the short sword, and even in that state, the granting effect was triggered. and the moment I removed the sword belt, I felt a strong drowsiness, so it was great to know that I did not necessarily have to hold the sword. After all, when I hunt a fixed point with a stone pillar, I have to lift myself up by the pillar to use the basket. Yesterday, I held a sword in one hand and a leather bag filled with materials in the other, and I had to support myself with one hand so that I couldn't fall. If I lost my balance and let go of the sword, I would have fallen from a high place to my death while I was sleeping. If not, I might have been eaten by a poison mouse in my sleep. If I could have avoided such a situation, I would say that this experiment was worthwhile. Well, let's go after breakfast. First, I have to pick up the weapons and armor of Adant and the others that I confiscated yesterday. I will pick them up from the guild and sell them to Pacer-san while showing him my face. After that, I will stop by the church to meet with the rest of the goddesses. If I don't hurry, I might miss lunch, so I'll continue with my schedule. Section. Good morning, Amanda-san. I'm getting the weapons and armor from yesterday. Good morning. I heard you had a day off, but you're up early. I left them in that room for you to take as you wish, near the reception of the Hunters Guild in the morning. Even though it was a little later than usual, there were still a lot of hunters in front of the request board. So I walked to the side and called Amanda-san. It had been quite a while since I had visited the Hunters Guild without my own equipment and almost empty-handed. I entered the business meeting room that had been used yesterday and found 3 sets of worn leather armor, a long sword, and a spear. There were also 3 knives, probably used for dismantling, and a small mace that the porter had carried for some reason. This is impossible to carry all at once. Before entering the guild, I said a few words to Pacer-san, the weapon shop owner from before, and told him that I wanted to sell some used equipment. He didn't seem to understand what I was talking about, but he said he would evaluate it if I brought it to him, so all I had to do was bring it in, and it would be taken care of. I held the armor in my right hand and the weapon in my left, and if I had any extra strength, I could put a knife between my fingers as well. Since I was carrying the equipment instead of wearing it, it was inevitable that I would stand out when I went in and out of the main gate on the reception side, which was not a common sight in the guild. Hey, that's the guy who drove Adant and the others to permanent hunter disqualification yesterday and then even stripped them of their possessions. Seriously? Does that mean the equipment he's holding right now is theirs? What is he going to do with it? He's just a kid by the looks of it. What the hell are those guys doing? They're stupid, and they treated him so lightly, and as a result, they've been driven to the brink of debt slavery, right? If you think he's just a normal kid, you're in for a world of trouble. The amount of material he brings back is extraordinary, even though he's acting alone. They may think they are talking privately, but hunters are a profession that has an extremely high percentage of people who are likely to be wild and violent. Between the townspeople walking around town and those in the Hunters Guild, the atmosphere of the people changes so drastically that you would think you were in another country. Of course, there are many decent people, but it is said that many hunters are unwilling or unable to find a decent job and are only proud of their skills. There is no way they can keep their voices down and talk in private. Every time the piston moves, there is gossip in my ears. I don't know if I see this as an advantage or a disadvantage. Well, whatever happens, happens. I think so, but it's the only way. It is a fool's errand to be so self-conscious about rumors. When I played games all my life, I got beaten up a lot on certain message boards. I saw many players retire because of this, and I felt that such a scene was a waste of my time. The crystallization of all the passion, time, and effort I had put into my life was wasted by a mere rumor or the malice of someone who did not even feel guilty. It will be reduced to nothing. This is the way I have chosen. I didn't go so far as to stop them by being stingy with my choice. Instead of worrying about it and retiring, it would be better to keep beating them to death and then make them leave the game. You can do that if it's a game. If it's a game, you never know who the bad guys are, and in a world of envy and jealousy, you become suspicious. The more companions you have, the more you will have such worries, but when you are alone, you don't have to worry about such fears and worries. So it's easy being alone. It's okay if you just cut down on what you can see and judge as enemies. Maybe because I became mentally tough. I was able to do business even though I didn't have a shred of sense. I doubt it. While comparing such a game world to the present, I silently carried the equipment I had confiscated to Pacer-san's place section. That's all. What's this? One after another. No matter how you look at it, it's for 3 people. You. What's this all about? Ha ha ha. There was some trouble. I asked the guild to intervene and confiscate this equipment as an apology. It's unusual for a guild to intervene, but it's okay. I won't pry any more than I have to. You don't want any of this for your use? No. I have weapons and armor made to your son's specifications. They are good. I've been able to use magic lately, so that's a big help. Gahahaha. I see. That's good news. At first, I thought it was not a death skill, but a death grant. But using divine communication and the making stone pillars for earth magic is completely different with and without this equipment. Without this equipment, I would definitely not be able to surpass my current efficiency and daily income. When I think about it, I'm very grateful to Pacer-san. By the way, those 2 grants, increase maximum magic power and increase automatic magic recovery, are both skills, aren't they? Did Pacer-san grant them with the same skills you have? Yes. That's right. There are 2 ways to do it, but the one I put on those equipments is the skill 1. Oh. So Pacer-san is good at magic skills? What are you talking about? If you use magic power all the time, it's very likely that you'll acquire those 2 skills on your own. I've never been aware of it either, but I got them before I knew it. Ho ho. I didn't think that weapon shops would use so much magic power. You fool. Just selling equipment doesn't use any magic power at all. But when it comes to blacksmiths, those who even use body enhancement will use magic power. But I don't deal with that many materials. Huh? Then where do you use it? When you sleep at night. I used to be a hunter as well. It was a gift. What a surprise. So Pacer-san is a senior? That's right. I'm a senior, so you should hold off on the bargaining a little bit, you know? Well, my rank was C at best. Wow. I'm only F rank. I guess C rank can hunt a variety of monsters. Like dragons? You idiot. If you encounter a dragon at C rank, you'll be extinguished in an instant, and not even your bones will be left. While drinking tea served at the counter, Pacer-san and I talked about such trivial things. Why did you stop being a hunter? I won't ask him that question. The chance to quit is just a bonus anyway. There's no need to bring it up if there's a chance that I'll end up reliving his past wounds. And I've already messed up once with his son. But I was so cautious at first, negotiating for a discount, but it turned out to be a very cozy place. Pacer-san was so deep in conversation that he didn't seem to be appraising anything. The equipment was still on the corner of the counter. Is that okay, Pacer-san? Well, it's okay. It's only 8 o'clock in the morning, anyway. As long as I meet the goddesses at the church by noon, I'll just relax and go at Pacer-san's pace since it's my day off. He looks like he's having a good time. Chapter 48, Gentleman Group. The time was about 10 a.m. on my watch. After leaving Pacer-san's weapon shop, where I ended up staying for almost 2 hours, I sat on a bench near the church with a skewer of meat for a snack and some fruit, which I had bought for the first time. The selling price of the equipment I brought with me was 100,000 beak. On the way to the church, I remembered that he had given me the leather armor for free, and when I told him that I didn't need the money after all, it was a repeat of the last time. The mysterious negotiation between Pacer-san and me broke out again. In response to Pacer-san, who said 300,000 beak for everything. If you buy from me at a high price, you'll have to sell at a high price, right? If that's the case, please buy them cheap and give them to a newbie hunter at a lower price. The strong straight line burst out, somehow managing to silence Pacer-san. Yuck. I couldn't help but grin at Pacer-san, who couldn't think of the next word. I still don't understand why I feel like this when I get less money. Well, a dismantling knife is probably a hard weapon to get your hands on, especially at first. Even if you want one, I couldn't even afford one without the money from the mayor. It seems that used knives don't come around very often, so even 3 knives would have made a small contribution. For this reason, if I ever get involved in the grant business, I will not hesitate to ask Pacer-san, and in the end, It will be a win-win relationship. Phew, it's a beautiful day. I chewed on the meat skewers while looking at a family with flashy hair taking a walk with their small child and blurting out how peaceful it was. There were bad people in this town, but it's the same no matter where you go. In any country, in any town. It's just a matter of proportion. In that sense, the town of Bizet is really peaceful. It is a country town in the best sense of the word. Time passes slowly, and I can enjoy a relaxing vacation. I still have a fishing rod in my room. I didn't catch any fish last time. Maybe I'll try again next time I go on vacation. With that in mind, I decided it was time to go, so I went to the entrance of the church with the fruit in my hand. At the entrance, the young sister I had first called was sweeping the floor. "Hello. You're the one who came the other day, aren't you?" Mary's salesman. Too fast. It's too fast. Does this girl hate me? I was amazed at how quickly she passed the baton, but I couldn't help but follow the young sister as she rushed into the church. As I followed her, I saw Mary's-san wiping the benches in the chapel, and I called out to her. "Hello, Ara, little boy. What are you doing, dressing so casually today? Are you trying out for a job again?" No, I don't think a few days of training will help me. Today is a simple prayer to the goddess. Or rather, just a prayer. I had a day off today, so I came by. Well, aren't you a religious boy? Maybe you should become a priest when you get tired of being a hunter. Ha ha ha. I can't even say that I have the oracle skill for priests anymore, so I give her the fruit I brought to apologize for the last time and for wanting to pray a little longer. It doesn't look like anyone's here right now, but I have some concerns of my own and some things I want to clear up, so I'd like to pray a little longer. Is that okay? It's usually crowded after the bell rings at noon, so this time should be no problem. There are times when you have to worry about your choice of job, aren't there? If someone comes in, I'll call you, and you can go ahead and pray until you're satisfied. Thank you. I don't know if this is good, but you can all eat it if you like. I am especially sorry for the priest. Don't worry about it. Or rather, these are ape fruits, aren't they? They were expensive, right? Well, there's no special problem, so don't worry about it. Even the old man doesn't mind, and he feels bad about it too, but we will all be very grateful for the gift. When you finish praying, you can call me. I'll cut a piece for you, too. Thank you very much. Well, I'll go pray first. I told her and went in front of the statue of the god. I made my way to the circular spot where I had kneeled last time. Not that it has anything to do with the fruit, but I'm sure Mary's-san will be able to handle it even if I have to stay in the prayer position for a little longer now. So, let's begin. Goddess, I'm ready. It's okay anytime. Then I hear a kind of loud, mixed voice, although it's rather unclear since I'm not using my divine communication skill. Cool. Okay, they said something about a barrier, and I'm sure they'll call me when the rest of my consciousness flies to the other side. I meditated with this thought in my heart, and it was no different than before. Without feeling anything particularly strange, I heard a pleasant voice from in front of me. It's okay. This voice is Feelin-sama. I opened my eyes and saw 3 women I had never met before standing in a quiet landscape, just as it had been before. I know some of you have already spoken to me, but it's nice to meet you. My name is Loki. I greeted her calmly, but inside, I was not so happy. I was in pain because my heart was pounding so hard. It's nice to finally meet you. I am List, the goddess of commerce. I am Feelin, the goddess of fertility. Fufu, I am Firil, the goddess of life. This is what it means to be in awe. As expected, they are all as frighteningly beautiful as those 3, though from a different lineage. List-sama has long, shiny hair like silver thread and long, slit eyes that seem to have been swept away by the attribute of beauty. She looks like an intelligent, slender beauty who would look great with glasses. Feelin-sama, on the other hand, has short, reddish-brown hair with a lovely charm that seems to focus on the cute side. Her body, however, is quite selfish. The view of her thighs is dazzling, and Firil-sama, with her light brown loose perm, gives off a gentle and healing atmosphere, but her body is too selfish here. What are those breasts? Her face is at a level that would make idols run barefoot. But she is terrifying. All three of them are just too terrifying. This is exactly the kind of person I want to beg on my knees. I once went to a club in Ginza where my boss took me, and I was shocked at how many surprisingly beautiful women there are in the world that aren't on the surface. But if these goddesses join me, I'm sure I'll cry and want to go home. The day a secret goddess club is created is the day it will be a gift from God to the world. Loki-kun, you shouldn't worry about it. Extremely beautiful, you say. Gosh. Foo-foo, foo-foo. Do you like big ones? Even though you have a cute face, Loki-kun is still a boy, right? Huh? So sorry. Just for the divine punishment. Please spare me the divine punishment. Divine punishment is Ria's exclusive domain, so don't worry about it. And I don't think anyone is angry with you. Yeah. Since we're being praised, there's no reason to be angry. It's enough that you call my body, which is poor compared to theirs, slender. Please come this way. With that, I was led by the hand to a round table and 4 chairs on the lawn. As soon as I sat down in one of the chairs, I immediately smelled a good aroma. I looked up and saw a steaming cup of tea in front of me. Judging by its color, it seemed to be black tea. I wondered when it was made because it was not there when I sat down. It's a mysterious phenomenon, but this is the realm of the goddesses, so there's no point in even thinking about it. I enjoyed the smell of the tea and thought it would be a good idea to suddenly put my mouth on it. Thank you for taking the time to come all the way here, even though you must be very busy. No. When I was first brought here, I wondered what was going to happen. After we were able to reconcile, I wanted to meet all of you as well, so it's okay. Yes, that's exactly what I thought. How did you survive after you snapped a Trigil and Rhea? That's outrageous. Those two don't have calm temperament, you know. That's why we were cautious at first and approached Loki-kun with those two and Alicia, who was the felicitator. I heard something about how I was called. I am an outsider who did not enter through the proper channels, so I think it is only natural that the goddesses who run this world would be wary of me. That is very kind of you to say. I have heard that it is not a skill that will cause a great catastrophe in the world, so you can rest easy now. Yes, we are interested in Loki-kun and your mysterious skills and knowledge. You know, you have information that we don't know, information that relates to the very foundation of this world, right? What do you think? I don't know how this world was created. However, from what I've heard, I think you know even more about your own skills than the goddesses do. It's frustrating. Just like Rhea said, even if I look directly at your soul, my divine eye won't be able to see through it. Even though we can read your thoughts, it's a strange thing, isn't it? Huh? I thought it was just my consciousness here, but now it's the state of my soul. I looked at my body as soon as I was told, but I was wearing normal clothes, and my skin was not transparent, so I could not feel it at all. It would have been more accurate to say that my whole body had flown away. That is true. We just pulled the soul out of the body and invited it into our realm. It is impossible for us to do that with the body. So now there is a defenseless, empty shell of a body left in the church. There aren't many people who would do anything bad in a church, so I think it will be okay. We also cast space-time magic. That's too appropriate. You mean the time between this world and that world is different? Yes. We can't stop it completely, but the passage of time has slowed down considerably, so as long as you don't stay here too long, you should be fine. And before it becomes a problem, it will be difficult to maintain just the soul, so you will be forced to return to the lower world. It seems like they are using some kind of advanced magic, and I have no idea what they are doing. I can only think that it is as expected from the goddesses. After that, we had a cup of tea and a very peaceful time, like an extension of small talk. I tell them what I know from my status screen, and they tell me that reading thoughts and extracting souls are actually skills. I was so excited to hear this that I wondered if I might be able to use it someday. But I was told that there are many special skills that are only given to goddesses. Even if a race of people could acquire such skills, the difficulty of acquiring them is usually proportional to their effectiveness. so I was sadly informed that skills of incomprehensible levels are impossible to acquire for people with short lifespans. It would be exciting to have a skill that could only be acquired by a long-lived species. When I heard the story about lifespan, a simple question came to my mind. Don't the goddesses have a concept of lifespan? Because we are the administrators of the world, Felser-sama has given us the special skill of immortality, a skill that none of the races can attain. I see. That's why you have such a beautiful figure that people want to worship you forever. This Felser-sama is very chic indeed. No wonder people go to churches. I mean, the statue of the god is so far from the real thing that I'm quite dissatisfied with it. I wish there was a camera in this world so I could put your faces on the wall of the room where I am staying. Would it work if my phone worked? No. No. The development is there any skill in the world that can take a picture or video and print it? I don't understand. Is that so? Unfortunate. Very unfortunate. Finally, you don't just think it. You said it out loud. The more I read your thoughts, the more I am embarrassed by the truth. I don't know what to do when you praise us so much. All three of them blushed and looked a little embarrassed, and their appearance was so precious that I felt like I was about to faint. But as if to drown out the atmosphere, List-sama asked with a straight face, "It's about time, isn't it, Loki-kun? I would like to ask you one last thing." What is it? The look of determination in her eyes made me prepare for what she was going to ask me. What was the name of the world you came from? I don't think the world had a name, but I lived in a country called Japan. In a larger sense, I was born and lived on a planet called Earth. I see. You were also born and lived on the planet Earth. What does that have to do with anything? No, but I think it would be a good idea to tell Loki-kun something about it. Earth is one of the worlds that Felser-sama administers. According to Felser-sama, that world is the most successful one that Felser-sama manages, and we sometimes invite the souls of Earthlings to emulate that example of success. Does this have anything to do with the fact that Ria-sama was worried about this world being abandoned before? It hurts when you poke that point. I'll be honest with you. As you say, this world's civilization has been stagnant for a long time due to its reliance on magic and skill. It seems that this world will continue to stagnate and come to an end. That is why this world needs the wisdom and knowledge of Earth, which was able to build an advanced civilization without relying on magic and skill. Is it possible that the hero Takuya is one of them? You already knew that, didn't you? He is one of them. I see. Maybe, but that person is from the same hometown as me. In other words, I think he is Japanese, just from his name. I see. He seems to be spreading a lot of knowledge about Earth, so it's worth the extra effort. I see. The purpose of the goddesses, the treatment of the otherworlders, and what is required of them. I feel like all the dots are connecting. The presence of glasses, which I had seen before at the inn and which did not look like those of this civilization. For some reason, the plates and forks are made of wood, but only the cups are made of glass. An uncomfortable dining scene. It is understandable if you think that this is the result of knowledge that people from another world, people from Earth who happened to come to this world, knew and partially used. I see. So that's how it is. But if that's the case, is that why I was summoned? I don't have any technical knowledge. I don't even know how to make glass, and I'm not supposed to have any knowledge that could cause a revolution in the world. What am I being asked to do, and why through a superior god instead of the goddess? It seems to be the same administrative world, and if that's the case, maybe Acorn is Felser-sama, but I have no idea why he brought me directly to this world. Loki-kun, there is no need for you to be worried. The people we have brought to this world are only contributing to this world with their known knowledge, and we are not forcing them to do anything. Yes. We just want them to enjoy their new life and leave something behind for this world. That's all we want. We know that there are things you can do and things you can't do for the race. So just do what you can. What I can do, huh? It's a little absurd to ask Loki-kun, who says he was forcibly abducted, but if there's anything you can do to raise the level of civilization in this world with the knowledge you have, I'd like to get your advice. Seeing the three of them bow to me like that, I felt a little sorry for my lack of knowledge. Oh, of course. To be honest, I don't have much knowledge. I don't know what I can do, but if there is anything I can leave behind, anything I can notice, I will help you with it. Thank you very much. Especially since I, the goddess of commerce, am primarily responsible for the knowledge of otherworlders. So if you need anything at all, please feel free to consult me. Wait a minute, List. You're not going to monopolize Loki-kun by saying that, are you? Even if he consults with List, it doesn't mean much since you can't directly interfere with the lower world, right? Isn't there another purpose? There isn't. Is there? In order to spread useful knowledge, it is necessary to have the power of business, you know? If I do not help him, who will? In front of me, the three goddesses were making a fuss while smiling at such a sight. I try to think about what I can do in this world. Why was I, a mere salesman with no knowledge of making things, called all the way to this world? Chapter 49, Belongings Left Behind. Phew. As I pray, I open my eyes and see that my soul has returned to my body. I'm not sure how long I was over there, but it felt like 10 or 20 minutes. I quickly get up and look around, but I'm relieved to see that I didn't seem to have bothered anyone, especially anyone waiting their turn behind me. It's a problem that I have to come directly to the church when it's open, but I can still communicate more closely this way because I can talk to them longer and more directly face to face than with a divine communication skill. Above all, my eyes are happy. It is too much of a blessing to be able to see those figures at the same time, and maybe, but not many people are called that way. If I were to receive special treatment from these very beautiful women, I would be overcome with a sense of superiority, but I have to understand, they are goddesses. In other words, they are gods. If I get used to their looks, I will become extravagant, and I will not be able to get married in this world. So, I have to keep it in moderation. If I don't exercise some restraint, I might lose my life. So I should set some conditions for meeting them in person, like when something special happens, like when I meet Kari. I've been to Kari many times, so I know I'm too lenient when it comes to temptation. As I walk towards the exit of the church, I see Mirai-san wiping another bench, as if not much time has passed. Thank you, Mirai-san. I feel a little better after praying. Oh, that's good to hear. Then come this way. I followed her and was led into the room I had never been in before. It seemed to be a kitchen and dining room, with a rather large wooden table and 4 chairs lined up on either side. On the table was a plate of yellow fruit. Look, it's the raper fruit. You brought them, so go ahead and eat some. Huh? Haven't you all eaten yet? We will take a meal break after the bell rings at noon, so we will have some left over. Since it's the boys, don't be shy, okay? Even though I was told, I hesitated because I didn't buy them to eat them myself. Well, the fruits are big enough, and there are more than 20 fruits cut into pieces, so it would be no problem to take 1 or 2. I picked one and chewed it. Ah, so sweet. Of course, it is because it is a famous luxury fruit. It is usually eaten by the nobles, and the common people are lucky if they can eat it even once a year. Still, I can understand such a statement. It was even sweeter than the high-sugar melons and strawberries I had eaten in Japan, and for 3,500 beak and such a large size, it was probably cheap. When I think about it, it seems to me that the price was very cheap. The fruit is also big. It is a fruit that can be harvested in large quantities. If it becomes a rare fruit that can't be harvested in large quantities, ordinary people will never be able to eat it. I see. There must be farmers to grow it and hunters to harvest it in the wild. Just one more, to commemorate. After tasting that one, I thanked Mirai-san and left the church. I hid in an alley and looked at my watch. I decided to take a walk around town, hoping to have a leisurely lunch. Section. Ding dong. As the noon bell rings, I enter the Hunters Guild and call out to Amanda-san. I'm here with a designation request from the guild master. What should I do? It looks like the equipment has been successfully sold. I'll call the guild master. Please wait here for a moment. After being told that, I sat down on the couch in front of the reception desk, where a few hunters were eating in a restaurant, although the number of people had decreased considerably. Hey, I heard he said he had a designation request from the guild master. Oh, I guess there's something like that in the city of Bizet as well. Why bother with that boy? Isn't it better if it's me? I guess that's a tough request unless you have more material than he does. If that's the case, it's probably impossible. Well, if you put it that way, it's impossible. Sigh. If this trend continues, it's going to get depressing. One day, an E rank or a hunter higher than me will challenge me to a fight, right? I feel depressed just thinking about it. I would welcome such rumors if they would just get scared and stop trying to mess with me. What are you upset about? Didn't you get a good price for your equipment? I looked up at the voice and saw Yaguf-san standing in front of me. The equipment sold moderately well, so it's fine. It's more about the rumors. It can't be helped after all you've done. It'll die down in time, and you're not the type to worry about it too much. Are you? Well, that's true. I just don't want to get in trouble again. I don't think anyone would come after you after knowing how Adent and the others ended up. Well, you should be a little more careful with the E-rankers. While talking about this, I followed Yaguf-san to the office area, which is usually called the staff area and is not normally entered. Am I allowed to come through here? Yes, because it's the only way to get there. If you say so, I have no choice but to go through it. As I walked through the office, Amanda-san followed me for some reason. I've gotten used to it because it seems to be a regular thing now. Then Aguf-san spoke to one of the male employees while taking some keys. Piro, come with us as well. Understood. After being told that, Piro-san stood up and looked at me. I wondered what this was about. He looks a bit scared. I wonder if it's because of the rumors from yesterday. I think it's harmless as long as you don't do anything to me. The four of us went straight to the door at the back of the office, where a staircase led down to the basement. Loki. From now on, you are not allowed to say a word to anyone. The designation request includes the money for it, so keep it to yourself. I understand. I don't have anyone to talk to, so don't worry. I felt sad even though I said it myself, but since I had no one to really talk to, I doubt there are many people who are as tight-lipped as I am. The group descends the stairs with Yaguf-san in the lead. Since there are no windows, Yaguf-san puts a magic stone in a light on the way down and lights it as we go. Then, we arrived at the first basement level. We went through several doors and continued down to the second basement. At this point, I could already imagine that the building must be kept under very strict control. The slight smell of humidity and musty air was a little unpleasant, but I followed him silently and went down to the second basement, where there was only one door. When Yaguf-san unlocked the door, there was a small room, about 6 tatami mats in size, with wooden shelves on both sides. If it were true, I should probably take it out of here first and show it in a bright room with daylight. But more than that, I wanted to avoid anyone seeing it, so I had you come right here. After placing the magic stone in several lights while he explained this, I finally got a full picture of the object that I had a vague idea that something was there. The guild was given these items by a hunter who found them in the Great Forest of Palmyra about 6 years ago. Amanda received them from the hunter when she was the receptionist, and Piro, who is here now, was in charge of the items and kept them under strict control. Oh, is that so? I'll come straight to the point. Do you know what these are? Any modern person can tell what they are just by looking at them. Yes, I do. What was there must have originally been white. One of the sneakers was blackened in parts by a liquid that was clearly blood. I don't know what hero it is, but it looks like a smartphone, a shredded wire, and probably a headphone cable, and a watch with a dead battery. It would obviously belong to a modern, transmigrated person. Does that mean that Yaguf-san was able to identify the watch I was wearing as a watch because he saw this watch? Just to confirm, is this all you have? Yes, that's all. We haven't received any other reports of mysterious objects being picked up besides these 3. I see. Can I take a closer look? Of course. I would like you to explain it to me while I look. Especially about the mysterious board that looks like it has glass on it. I don't mind. Amanda-san and, Piro-san, was it? Do they already know what's going on? I told them today that Loki-kun is from another world. But don't worry. Only the 3 of us in the guild know about the items left behind, and we have no intention of telling anyone else in the future. The higher-ups in the country also know about the belongings, but we will not report anything about Loki. I understand. Well, Let's start with the first one. Isn't it easy to understand? This is a pair of shoes that I used to see all the time in my world. The logo on the manufacturers. The logo here is one that I also had, so I'm pretty sure it's from the world I was in. I know it's not leather, but what material is it made of? I'm not sure of the exact material. I don't think anyone can know unless they are the makers. However, since there is a lot of mesh material used, it is very well ventilated, and I think they are probably running shoes. Running shoes? In short, it is easy to understand if I say that they are shoes specialized for running. In the world I was in, there are several categories of shoes for business use, mainly leather shoes, shoes for mountain climbing, shoes for exercise, and so on, depending on the purpose. I see. By the way, from your point of view, Loki, do you think it is possible to reproduce these shoes in this world? I only know this city. I have no idea what level of technology the royal capital and other countries have, compared to the city of Bizet. What is the level of technology and civilization in other places? I would check, but as List Sama said, if the development of civilization was stopped by magic, it would be hopeless at first. Of course, the quality of things in the royal capital is better than in Bizet, which is in the countryside, but even so, it's not that much different. It would be the same in other countries. It would be quite difficult. I suppose the rubber part can be done if there are rubber trees, but do you understand me when I say oil? Without it, I don't think you can process the plastic part. Oil? I've never heard of that. What is it? Oil is a natural resource that is buried in the ground. It's a thick, black stuff that's probably thousands of feet underground. Thousands of meters underground? I can't even imagine how to dig and bring it up. Right. It seems that they are digging with a very large machine, a special tool, so you should think that it is impossible to dig with human power. I understand. What about the others? This one is definitely a watch, as you guessed. Yaguf-san. It's called a wristwatch, and it's the kind you wear around your wrist. Is this the same kind of watch that Loki wore? Yes, it is. The manufacturer is, which I have never heard of, so it is probably a cheaper type than the one I have. It seems to be a battery-operated watch that just tells time. Batteries? I can give you a simple explanation for that, but it's quite difficult until you understand it, okay? I think I'll have to repeat the explanation for the sake of explanation. Yes. Can I ask you to do that, just in case? It's okay since it's an official request. First of all, a battery is something that stores electricity. If there is a suitable battery for this watch, there is a possibility that this watch will work. Really? What do you mean by electricity? That's the problem. The simplest example of electricity is lightning. If you can create it artificially, it becomes electricity. In my world, electricity is made by burning coal, but in this world, I think magic has a lightning attribute, so it might be possible. However, I think the technology of storing electricity in batteries is quite difficult, especially for a small type of battery used in a wristwatch. Of course, I am not an engineer but a buyer and user, so I do not know how to make it at all. All I know is that I think it requires mercury. Damn. I wish we could reproduce it, but it's still no good. It was rare to see the calm and collected Yaguf-san like this. The two are also a bit surprised. It's just like that. Even if we can't reproduce it perfectly, I think we can come close. That watch and those shoes. If it is a watch, I heard that rich people in this world have them. Is that true? Yes, it is true, but only a few privileged people have them. By the way, what about the pocket watch? That little one? I feel like only royalty have them. But I think they exist. If so, it's an extension of the pocket watch. There are watches that run on electricity, and there are watches that are wound with a screw. If anything, in my world, the screw wound type was more expensive. If you put a leather strap around a pocket watch, it should be something close. Think of it as an evolution of that watch. So that's it. I see. What about the shoes? It would be impossible if we were too particular about the material of the shoes. But for example, the hollow part of this shoe. I think it would make a big difference if you just measured the exact shape of that part and made a replica with the materials you have now. These shoes are made so that people can run easily and not get tired easily. It is different from making shoes based on the shape of the foot, so I think it would be a good if we could absorb such aspects in this world. From there, we need to make them as light and strong as possible. It will be up to the researchers to find the best combination of materials. Oh, there's blood on them, but I don't think you can tell anything just by showing them off and looking at them, so I think you'll see the difference once you try them on. The size is 26.5 centimeters, so it's suitable for an adult male. The moment I said that, Yaguf-san looked at Piro-san. It was probably because his boss had silently appealed to him. Without any kind of refusal, he fearfully starts to put on the shoes. Piro, how are they? They're great. It's as if I'm not wearing them at all. Besides, they fit perfectly, or at least I don't feel uncomfortable wearing them at all. I guess that's true if you're talking about top-of-the-line running shoes or something. Especially if you compare them to the standard heavy leather shoes of this world, you will feel the difference between heaven and earth. If it's shoes from the world I was in, they don't break so easily, so I think it's a good idea to wear them, try them on, measure the dimensions, and get close to this shape. People in the other world are amazing, and such a thing is commonplace in that world. Thank you for your valuable input. So, Loki, what is it about this board that we don't understand the most? What is it? Is it something that even Loki doesn't understand? No, I know what it is, but I would say it is the most difficult thing to explain, and since it was created by a super genius, even in the world I was in, it is impossible for people in this world to reproduce it in any way. I can tell you that much. Is it really that great? It is beyond amazing. I can honestly say that there is almost no one in my world who understands the structure and can reproduce it on their own. It's convenient, and people buy it because it's in an environment where everyone can afford it, but I don't think there are many people who have mastered its use. What in the world is it made for? I think there are a lot of words you might not understand. Is that okay? And I can't explain in detail how each one works. Please. First of all, there are the basics of phone calls and emails, then there is the capturing, storing, transferring, and editing of images and videos, the gathering and providing of information via the internet, and the selection of additional functions for personal use through applications. By extension, you can do things like shop, listen to your favorite music, play games, and so on. You can also see the time like that on the watch, and if you know where you are and where you want to go, you can see how much time you need and the best way to get there. On the contrary, it's hard to find something you don't know about. Sorry, but this board is called smartphone. It's better to give up. Even if you took it apart, I don't think you'd even get a clue. Loki's world. What kind of world is it? It's a world without magic or skills. So, I think it is also a world where chemistry, physics, and many other disciplines have grown. So I know this is vague, but if you change the direction from now on, and if you just keep on studying and building up your knowledge with a focus on geniuses for about 1,000 years, maybe you will be able to make this board. 1,000 years? I think so. To complete it, you need to solve a huge number of problems, such as electricity, radio waves, satellites, and so on, as I mentioned earlier. So it is definitely not something that can be done in a few decades. Perhaps Yaguf-san wanted to show me, a person from another world, this abandoned object and reproduce it if he could get a clue as to its use and how to make it. That's right. A mysterious object that is impossible in this world is right in front of their eyes. If they could reproduce a smartphone or something like that, they would be masters at the level of civilization in this world. The conversation I had with the goddesses today comes to mind. I told the goddesses that I would help them if they needed anything. Yaguf-san and the other two, I was told earlier not to talk about anything else, but you will also keep the secret that I am from another world strictly confidential, right? Of course, I promise not to do anything that would cause trouble for Loki. Well, right, if we can't even keep a secret like that, we'll end up no better than Adent and the others. Piro-san doesn't say a word but shakes his head vigorously at Amanda-san's words. I don't know if these three will be able to use the knowledge of Earth, but I don't even know what will set them off. The three of them already know that I am from another world. On the other hand, There are things I can do for them. If that's the case, would you like to see my belongings from another world? At that, the three people in front of me were dumbfounded. Chapter 50, Earth-Made Items. Billy Corn. The inn where I am staying. I was in a relatively large room for 4 people. The time was just before 8 p.m. on my watch. According to the preliminary plan, 3 people with knowledge of the situation, Yuguf-san, Amanda-san, and Piro-san, who are in charge of managing the remains, were to come to this room. My Duralumin bag, which inevitably contains earth-made goods, is itself a somewhat special kind of bag. Even in my former world, I didn't want to carry such a thing outside unless there were special circumstances, such as moving to a new base. So Yuguf-san's consideration to make sure I didn't have to go outside resulted in me renting this room. Of course, the guild paid for the room. Also, they would not take anything out of the room that I would show them. I can only show them and explain them here. I can't lend them out. And since I have today's divine communication time and I plan to go hunting tomorrow, I've set a time limit of 10 p.m. I've already had dinner and cleaned up. They said they would come right after the guild work, so it is likely that they will come without having eaten. Still, it's an unknown, alien item that they've never seen before. They seemed to be dazed by my suggestion for a moment, but as soon as they understood it, all 3 of them responded immediately, so I'm sure they'll be satisfied without any hard feelings. There is one thing I will not show them, but I will reveal everything else and explain it to them as best I can. Knock, knock, knock. Loki, it's Yuguf. May I come in? Yes, it's okay. With that, I opened the door and saw Yuguf-san and Amanda-san standing at the entrance. Huh? Where is Piro-san? Piro went to buy some food at a stall. Since we didn't have much time, we came right here. He will be here later. Ha ha ha, so he's running an errand. I told him to buy more so Loki can have some if you want. Thank you. With that exchange, I welcomed them into my room and showed them my bag on one of the beds and the suit I had prepared just in case they needed it. This is what I wore when I was sent to this world, an item from another world. When you first came to the guild, you were dressed just like this and carried this bag. It makes me feel nostalgic. That's right. Back then, I couldn't even find a place to stay and didn't know where I was going. How did you manage to get out of that situation and become known as a promising newcomer in such a short time? I just try my best to defeat the monsters. As I say this, I open the bag they are both looking at. You can take it right now. If there is anything that interests you, please let me know. I will explain as much as I can. Is this the same tablet that was in the guild's vaults? The shape looks a bit different. Oh, its function is the same, but this is a newer one. I think there are some differences, like the lens here. I see. It's the latest model. By the way, can you operate it? I'll try, but I don't think I can. It's been more than half a month since I was sent to this world, so the battery is probably dead. With these words, I turned the power back on, but the screen remained black, and the machine did not start. I was left with a high-tech machine that I could not use. How would it work if it had a battery? The screen shows a lot of things, and you operate it with your finger. But I think it's pretty hard to explain verbally. Different things appear on this thin board. It is a very mysterious thing, but it must mean that it is such high performance. I think so. By the way, the long and thin one here is the one that was popular in the days before the smartphone. It is a type that specializes in the function of a phone. I forgot to ask you before, what is a phone? Well, for example, if Piro-san, who is going to the store right now, has a phone, he and I here can talk directly to each other using this type of device. I hope you can think of the phone as a medium for talking to someone far away that you can't see. I have heard that there are quite a few people who possess it, but is it similar to the distant communication skill? I wonder. I don't know what this distant communication skill is, so I can't judge, but it is possible to talk to a distant person across the country on the phone. What do you mean? If it's that far away, then the performance is on a different level than that of distant communication. Loki-kun. What is this square thing? When I press it, something comes out, and it scares me. Huh? Oh, it's called a calculator. Let's see. Think of it as something that does difficult calculations for you. Huh? Is there anything in this? No, there isn't. It's complicated to explain, but it's a program that converts everything into the binary system of zeros and ones and does the calculations for you. Well, it's built that way. So it instantly does calculations that are far beyond the scope of mental arithmetic that a person can do. Amazing. It's definitely a national treasure class artifact. Artifacts? Oh, in this country, we call the 3 remains in our custody artifacts. The guildmaster at that time reported it to the government, and I, who had knowledge of foreign objects, was sent here after receiving the news. But this is the first time I have seen a functioning artifact like this. Wasn't that wristwatch also not moving when it was first discovered? Yes. From its shape, we were able to determine that it was probably used for the same purpose as a watch, but it had already stopped when it was brought here. I see. Then this is also something that works. It is called a flashlight. It's small, but quite heavy, isn't it? Yes, it's quite sturdy. I used to hit goblins with it. Does it work as a blunt weapon? No. No. Just press this button. Oh, don't point it at people. HNGG? What is it? Is there some kind of light magic built into this thing? Of course not, because this is a world without magic. There is electricity and LEDs that emit light from the electricity. The purpose is to illuminate the darkness with light. Well, that's a function that could be found in magic. Surely there is such magic. But the amount of light it emits is tremendous. I can't keep my eyes open. Saying that, Yaguf-san squinted his eyes, made a funny face, and tried to look at the tip of the flashlight. Well, you can't look at it directly. It would make your eyes go crazy. Worst case, your eyes could go blind, so you shouldn't do that. Sorry to keep you waiting. I got all kinds of stuff from the food stall. Finally, my eyes. Yaguf-san, don't point that at anyone. Don't point that at Piro-san. Huh? I'm sorry. I reflexively pointed my hand in that direction as well. Piro, are you okay? No, I'm probably going to die. I knew it. The other world is dangerous. Piro-san looked at me in fear. Maybe he had some trauma. The way he freaked out is a little abnormal. No, it's okay. It's not a weapon, and it's just a little bit. I used to do this a lot in the past. Huh? Oh, there is still something wrong with my eyes. But I can see, thank goodness. Hey, Loki-kun. This is paper, right? It's very clean and white for parchment, but is it made by a different process? That's right. The raw material is wood. So each of them, while eating something like a sandwich of skewered meat or bread with something else in between, is intrigued by the unknown object and marvels at my vague explanation. Piro-san had been asked to go to the innkeeper to buy drinks. Since he was asked to take on a new mission, I didn't have much direct contact with him. Still, I showed them all the things I had in my possession, and the 4 of us, including myself, scratched our heads and thought about what could be reproduced in this world or what we could make that would be close enough. And among them, the one that seemed most likely to be reproducible was this. It was unanimously decided. It was. I think we can make a ballpoint pen as long as we know its structure. Yes, if you take it apart like this, it's easy to see what's inside. This will make writing much easier. It's revolutionary that you don't have to add ink. Actually, there's ink in this cylinder, so you'll have to refill it when it runs out. But even so, it will be a few steps easier to use than the quill pens you have now. A hollow cylinder. I have a feeling we might see something like that in the stems of plants. We already have ink, and I suppose we could replace the tip with iron or some other ore, right? Yes, that's right. The material around it is plastic, so it's impossible, but I think it's possible to make that part out of wood or something. The key is to make sure the ink comes out evenly, to prevent ink from leaking out. When the pen is upside down, the tube should be covered with oil or some other material after it is filled with ink, and since the cylinder that holds the ink will be disposable, it should be made of a material that is stable and available. If you can solve these problems, I think you'll be able to finish the ink faster because you won't have to push the tip in and out and pull it back in again. That's great. Writing is something that is involved in the vast majority of jobs. If this is made available to the general public, there will be a lot more people who will study hard. Just for reference, how much does this pen cost in Loki's world? It varies from place to place, but this one you are looking at is cheap. It's about the price of a loaf of bread. They are mass-produced by machines without direct human contact. So I don't think you should use that price as a reference. That's right. If you say that such a convenient product is the same as a loaf of bread, no one would want to make it. In the beginning, when the supply is not stable, it is inevitable that the price will be high. Everything is like that. When a stable production method can be established through trial and error, the production volume will automatically increase, and then the price will gradually settle down and become available to the general public. If you want to sell at a high price to those who have money, you can make such items separately. Saying this, I handed him another pen, this time a high-end one. This is a pen I lend to clients when they write contracts. This one is similar in size but much heavier. It has a luxurious feel to it, and it seems smoother and easier to write with than the previous one. This one is about the equivalent of 300 loaves of bread. Even with similar features, if you give it a high-end feel, people will find it attractive and buy it. Then, when the market has been penetrated, you can develop this kind of product, use better ores, refine the design, etc. Loki seems to be doing well enough as a merchant. It's funny for me to say this as a guild master, but wasn't it a mistake for you to become a hunter? Ha ha ha. It's okay. I did it because I like hunting monsters. Selling things doesn't make me stronger, right? Hey, it's true. Today is truly a great day. I thank you once again. Thank you, Loki. No. I'm glad you found it helpful. That's the thing. I never expected you to go this far for us. In return, I would like to ask Loki, are you interested in the otherworlders in this world? Huh? Only as far as I know, but if Loki needs them, I'm willing to talk about them openly. This is an unexpected story. I was thinking of asking the goddess, but since they have no direct contact with the lower world, the information would mainly come from otherworlders who have reincarnated themselves, and the content would be less fresh. However, the guild master before me was able to gather information easily. Moreover, he is a person who seems to have learned Japanese directly from someone else. Even if it is only one sentence, the stake that sticks out will be hammered down. Then, the answer is obvious. By all means, please. I said this and bowed my head. Chapter 51, for Reincarnators. Since it was going to be a rather complicated conversation, Amanda-san and Piro-san went home, and it was just me and Yaguf-san in a room at the inn. Yaguf-san seemed to have bought a bottle of wine from the innkeeper and started talking while pouring it into the glass himself. Well, what shall we talk about first? But before that, there is one thing I would like to confirm first. What is that? You said earlier that you've only been in this world for about a month. Is that correct? Yes, that's correct. I was in the Great Palmyra Forest, and the first human settlement I visited was the city of Bizut. Is there any possibility that your memories up to that point have been lost? I don't think so. As you can imagine, I still have the memories of the time before I was sent away from my former world. If that is the case, Loki and the otherworlders so far seem to be similar, yet completely different. I remembered the conversation I had with the goddesses. The goddesses said that in order to develop civilization, they call the souls of deceased earthlings to this world. In other words, they are reincarnated and born in this world. On the other hand, I come to this world from a halfway state after being transmigrated. That is why I was treated as an outsider. I think there is a connection between what the goddesses said and the discomfort that Yaguf-san feels. So it's the difference between transmigration and reincarnation. Transmigration and reincarnation. These are words that seem to fit well. It is a well-known fact that there are otherworlders in this world. Even children know about them because there are songs about them. But in terms of the distinction that Loki makes, all otherworlders are just reincarnated. And as far as I know, there is not a single person who calls themselves a transmigrant. My guess is that they were there, not that they aren't. That's why there were all those remains in the Great Forest of Palmyra. Does that mean that all the transmigrants are dead? I don't know if they're all dead. To begin with, I don't even know how many people were sent to this world. but I myself managed to escape from the forest in a situation where I was always close to death, so if I had made a mistake, I would have died too, leaving my belongings behind. If they were sent to the Great Palmyra Forest, there is a strong possibility that they would have died soon after. So there is a possibility that there are still remains somewhere in Palmyra. You don't have to answer that question if you don't want to. Loki, you once said that you had a destiny. It's a simple story, that is escape. To escape the forest and go to the human settlement to survive. That was my purpose in the beginning. I see. Now I finally understand. It didn't work when I called you. It seems I made too many assumptions. What do you mean? I always thought that all the otherworlders were reincarnated. Therefore, I judged that there was a high possibility that Loki was a reincarnated person, and at worst, you could do great harm to this city. I was very cautious. Huh? Do you have that impression of reincarnated people in this world? What does that mean? Obviously, it seems to be different from the impression the goddess has of reincarnated people. Right now, there are 4 people on this continent who claim to be from another world. Each of them has special powers, and to put it simply, these 4 or 3, it is no exaggeration to say that these 3 people make the world go round. And you don't mean that in a positive way? Different people may see it in different ways. However, the wealth is concentrated in one place, and the territory of other countries is taken away by outstanding military power, and wars have been frequent, especially in the last 5 years. I see. I can somehow imagine them getting a ridiculous skill and getting carried away. As a person who didn't get the cheat skill, my fists naturally tightened. But as for wealth, doesn't that mean that innovative things are being created and people's lives are becoming more comfortable and prosperous? I don't deny that. It is also true that there is that aspect, but most of what they do is long-distance transportation, what some people call transfer, and they create enormous wealth by transporting huge amounts of goods between fixed countries instantly. Some benefit, but on the other hand, many merchants and carriers lose their jobs, and in order for the transfer to be possible, they would have to become a vassal state of the country where the reincarnated person is located in order to be recognized. So the ultimate goal is the territory of another country. I understand that when something innovative is born, the old thing, the old system, is eliminated as a natural process, but it still seems forced or part of a struggle for supremacy. I am sure the higher-ups in each country feel similarly to Loki. The Elgrand Kingdom and the Velfria Empire are taking the land by military force. The Kingdom of Alvar takes the land through logistics and money. And the Republic of Elion, which is also an inviolable zone, if things continue as they are, eventually only these 4 countries with reincarnated people will remain, and the rest will most likely be annexed by another country. Just for reference, can you tell me what kind of reincarnated people are in which countries? Yes, that is fine. As far as I can tell, what I learned about the 4 reincarnated people gave me the impression that they lived as they pleased, for better or worse. Takuya, the Crown Prince, belongs to the Kingdom of Elgrand, a large country that occupies a large part of the northwest of the continent. He is also known as Takuya the Hero. He is the most famous of all otherworlders currently known, and even I have heard of him as the man who defeated the Demon King Loki. But he is the one who defeated Demon King Loki, isn't he? When I asked about it, I was told that it was an imaginary fairy tale and that there was no such Demon King in reality. I think it's too much in many ways to make yourself the hero of a made-up story. By the way, the fact that I said the name made Yaguf-san even more suspicious of what I was up to. Takuya seems to have the best personality among the reincarnated people, and although there is no talk of him killing people unnecessarily, he is quite famous for holding on to women from other countries as long as they are good-looking. In short, he is a confirmed harem guy. Yaguf-san met Takuya directly, and it is said that he was the one who taught him about the other world, saying, "The stake that sticks out will be hammered down." I wonder if he implanted it in his mind at that time. Next, competing with the Kingdom of Elgrand, is the Empire of Velfria, a large country in the southwest of the continent. The small countries between them have been almost swallowed up due to their close proximity, and it seems that they have been at war with the Kingdom of Elgrand for the past 5 years. The reincarnated figure that belongs to them seems to be a person named Shiva, who is the current marshal of the empire. Judging from the name, it seems that he made it up the same way I did, and it is unlikely that it is his real name. I wonder if reincarnated people are in the habit of changing their names, as in the case of the hero Takuya, who must have received his name from his parents in this world. It is also unclear whether the name Shiva is Japanese. Unlike Takuya the hero, he seems to kill women and children without mercy and is so terrifying that an ordinary soldier would fall to his knees at the mere sight of him, so I would say he is the most dangerous of all the reincarnated people. Another of the top 3 is the Alvat Kingdom, which is located in the eastern part of the continent. It is said that this is the country where the wealth is concentrated due to the transfer of logistics through skill. However, technically speaking, it is not so much the country as it is the individual Marie, who is also a reincarnated person and a noble, who has enormous wealth and so much influence that even the king has no say in the matter. Since this country controls the western edge of the continent, it is said to provide war supplies to the 2 major countries on either side of the continent, absorbing the wealth of both countries while inciting war. The countries near the center of the continent are suffering from a decrease in tax revenues, such as toll taxes and commodity taxes on cargo, due to the presence of the reincarnated Marie, but since they cannot easily choose to become a vassal state, they can only stand by and watch the current situation. The last mysterious country is the Republic of Elian, located in the southeast of the continent. Originally inhabited by a large number of beastmen, the country is now ruled by a human named Hans, who openly admits to being a reincarnated person. This country is said to be famous for having several powerful monsters, and although it is not overly aggressive, it has a considerable number of warriors. In the past, it is said that the Empire once came around and attacked from the sea, but after the Empire was easily destroyed by a large army of monsters, the country came to be known as a country that will fight back terribly if you touch it, and all countries are becoming increasingly wary of it. If you don't touch them, they won't do anything to you, so what's the need for wariness? I thought so, but apparently, there are rumors that if you have beastmen slaves, you will suddenly be attacked. So the nobles and merchants of a certain size who have slaves in their lands are in a state of fear. But from what I hear, they don't seem to be interested in wars or territorial disputes, so they seem to be the best of the 4. As expected from Yaguf-san. Since he is a guild master, he must be exchanging information with branch guilds in other countries. The information probably also contains Yaguf-san's subjective opinion, so I can't take it all for granted. But still, the impression of the people of other worlds as seen by the goddess and the people living in this world. I think I should keep in mind that there is a discrepancy. Anyway, I'm just trying to be careful not to do any harm to myself, and I have no intention of doing anything after hearing the story. I'm not the savior of the world. I'm just a weakling who cannot do anything. So, I'm going to do my own role-playing. I want to become strong by constantly hunting monsters. Right now, I think that if I can fulfill my desire to be strong, that's all that matters, and that will ultimately lead to my self-defense in case something happens. When you think about it, whether I have the cheat ability or not, I am in the same hole as those 4 people. I'm not much different from them in the sense that I can live as I please. While I was thinking about that, Yaguf-san opened his mouth again. Loki, be careful, okay? This is about the reincarnated people, isn't it? I'll be careful not to get involved. In the meantime, I'll stay away from the east and west sides of the continent. No, that's not it. I'm saying, regardless of the scale, be aware of the movements of each country. I won't interfere too much with Loki's abilities, as I promised, but every country is different, you know? The same is true here in the kingdom of Lagwraith. They think that if they can attract otherworlders, they can become a powerful country, and that's exactly what's happening in this world. You mean that I'll be recruited from many different countries? Yes, if they know that you are from another world, they will try to get you by any means. If they can only offer you the honor and wealth of a great job, that's even better. At worst, there is a strong possibility that some countries will try to acquire Loki by force. Many countries that don't have these otherworlders are in dire straits because of invasions and economic hits, unless you're convinced by wealth and honor. Which, judging by the look on your face right now, isn't the case, is it? I nodded openly at Yaguf-san, who gave me a look as if he could see right through me. Well, it's not that I don't like wealth and honor at all, but they are secondary to my own personal growth. Then even more so. Hide the fact that you are from another world as much as possible. But if you hunt like you do now, you'll inevitably stand out, and they'll eventually find out. It's up to you how you adapt to that. When he says that, my eyes naturally go up. It is not in my nature not to do it, even though I can. I don't want to be burdened with it, but if I don't do anything, I'm more likely to get into trouble. I don't have any proof, but I've heard a lot of rumors that there are otherworlders who don't talk about it publicly and live their lives in secret. This is one way of doing it, Yaguf-san. I'm not proud of it myself. I tried to imagine it a little, but I quickly came to the conclusion that it would be impossible due to my personality. That's also true. It was a stupid question, considering the amount of material you've had so far. That means, if it is just a normal invitation, there is no problem, but if they come in force, I will have no choice but to counter with force. That's right. After all, it is like a game. If they appear before me as a clear enemy, I will crush them with all my might. That is the only way. Looking at Adent and the others, I guess that's the case, but I'm also an inhabitant of this world. Not that I'm too worried about it, but please don't do anything that will bring even unrelated people into it, okay? If that happens, I will have to announce that Loki is an otherworlder, even at the risk of being killed by you. Just as a reminder, I don't intend to do that. I just want to hunt monsters and get stronger. It's just that if anyone interferes with my wish, which is common for such hunters, that's all I'll do. After downing the remaining glass of wine in one gulp, Yaguf-san mumbles with a troubled look on his face. That's still a relief. Honestly, I think he wants me, another worlder, to stay in a quiet and moderate category. I kind of get that vibe from the stories I've heard so far about the rise of otherworlders. But I want to strive to be the strongest. I have no cheat abilities, no blessings, and I can't even choose my job. But it's still a world where hard work pays off. I want to do what I have to do. I will try not to cause trouble as much as possible. With this muttering in my mind, the meeting ended here. Chapter 52, Goal reached. Phew. Soy I. Swoosh. A poison mouse collapses in front of my eyes with its belly ripped open. You have acquired poison resistance LV7. Yeg. While confirming the level increase announcement, I immediately cut off its head and ripped open its belly with a knife, and after removing the magic stone, I also cut off its tail. It has been about 10 days since then. Even though I could hear the information about the otherworlders, what I'm going to do is the same. I hunted from morning to night without a break, no matter whether it was raining or blowing strong wind, and finally reached the desired poison resistance level 7. While suppressing my feelings of being distracted, I lifted myself up on a stone pillar using earth magic and checked the status screen while taking a bite of a sandwich in the safe zone. Name, Loki, Yuto Mamiya, salesman. Level, 11. Skill points remaining, 41. Magic power, 72 plus 18, plus 50 additional by granting magic power increase only when holding the sword. Strength, 39, plus 6. Intelligence, 40, plus 11. Defense, 38, plus 112. Magic defense, 38, plus 6. Agility, 38, plus 18. Technique, 37, plus 12. Luck, 43, plus 3. Blessings, none. Titles, none. Acquired skills. Combat and tactical system skills. Stick art LV1, swordsmanship LV2, dagger technique LV1, provocation LV1, frenzy LV1. Magic skills. Fire magic LV2, earth magic LV3, wind magic LV4. Job system skills. Gathering LV1, hunting LV2, dismantling LV2. Daily life system skills. Different language comprehension LV3, presence detection LV3, vision enlargement LV1, Farsightedness LV1, Exploration LV1, Arithmetic LV1, Memorization LV1, Swiftness LV1. Pure passive system skills. Poison resistance LV7, Increased automatic magic recovery LV1, Increased maximum magic power LV1, Other/special, Oracle LV1, Divine communication LV2, Other/monster. Rush LV3, amazing. The level 7 increase was so large that I couldn't help but chew on it in my mind. At level 6, I was surprised by the increase of 30, but at level 7, the increase was as high as 60. It was worth the effort. I often measured the experience value of the skill and found that the increase from level 6 to level 7 was about 1% for every 5 monsters I killed. The decimal point of less than 1% is not displayed, so this is just a guess. But if I assume that the experience required to go from unacquired to acquired at skill level 1 is 100, I have found that the correlation between skill and experience value is approximately this much. The experience required to acquire a level 1 skill is 100. The skill experience gained from possessing a level 1 monster is 20 per monster. The experience required to increase a skill from level 1 to level 2 is 200. The experience required to increase a skill level from 2 to 3 is 600. The experience required to increase a skill level from 3 to 4 is 2000. The skill experience gained from a monster at skill level 4 is 400 per monster. The experience required to increase a skill level from 4 to 5 is 20,000. The experience required to increase a skill level from 5 to 6 is 60,000. The experience required to increase a skill level from 6 to 7 is 200,000. From this, I would expect that a monster at skill level 2 or 3 would also get a fifth of the experience required from the monster. This way of quantifying the importance of high-level monsters can be clearly seen. If a monster is weak but has a high level of a particular skill, it is a great opportunity to increase my stats. However, the question is whether I should aim for poison resistance level 8 or not. At this rate of increase, the next step will probably take a month. So it is time to go to the Lulub forest and fight some orcs to see how well my defense holds up. The total defense is already 150 on my status. If it still hurts, I will stay in the Rocker Plains for some more time. And yet, I've acquired a lot of different skills. Some of the skills were acquired knowingly and with the goal of obtaining or leveling up, and some were acquired while hunting without much thought. But even so, as the number of skills acquired in this way increases, it adds to the enjoyment. When I had a little extra magic power, I kept playing Fingertip Match, which only uses 2 magic power, and before I knew it, I was at level 2. I think the level of increase maximum magic power and increase magic power automatic recovery also went up because I was consciously trying to consume magic power. This area is just like Pacer-san said, and I am glad to see that the swordsmanship has improved after so many days of hard work. It would have been a problem if it had not improved after so many kills. However, I was not aware of the dagger technique, so I was surprised to see it. I had been using the knife to get magic stones and cut out the subjugation proofs, but I had thought that the judgment was given for dismantling, so it was like a lucky win. Farsightedness and vision enlargement were gained because I was looking for monsters in the vast rocker plain. Arithmetic and memorization were because I measured the value of each monster and calculated how many more monsters I needed to hunt. As for swiftness, I ran as much as possible when I moved. I understand why I was able to get those skills, but the 3 I don't understand are provocation, frenzy, and exploration. Provocation was used when there were multiple poison mice around, but I don't remember waiting that long to hunt them. Once I got used to it, I just rushed into monsters as soon as I found them, so it remains a mystery under what conditions I was able to acquire it. Even more mysterious is the skill called Frenzy, which, given its name, seems to be a dangerous skill. The detailed description is as follows. Frenzy LV1. After using this skill, all normal attack actions will be corrected by 120% of the ability value. However, until the time limit expires, the user cannot perform anything other than a normal attack on the surrounding creatures. Duration of use, 1 minute. Magic power consumption, 0. No, that's too scary. A true berserker state. Since it is a combat active skill with a 1 minute use time, it seems like it would be no problem if I used it in the rocker planes, but we are talking about hunting without it in a low-ranked hunting ground. I'm grateful for the 0 magic consumption, but I don't even know where to use this skill. Besides, I'm still too afraid to even experiment with it. If I used this skill in the city of Bizet, I could only smell disaster. The other thing I didn't expect but was really happy about was the exploration skill. Even at level 1, it activates a search function with a radius of 30 meters around the user. A similar skill, presence detection, has a 15-meter radius even at level 3, but it targets all moving objects. Exploration, on the other hand, allows you to visualize the object you want to find, such as an air mantis, and you will naturally know its location as soon as it is within the exploration area, making it a very useful skill when you want to find a small number of monsters. Of course, it is possible to use both at the same time, so I was able to activate both of them while efficiently hunting air mantis in the last few days since I acquired this skill, and I was able to reach level 4 of wind magic earlier than I had planned. Foo. Oh, I'm getting stronger. I can really feel that I'm getting stronger. Looking at the scenery in front of me, the stone pillars I built are standing in some places, and the scenery has changed. But I don't care. My own experience bar hasn't grown much, so I think it's time for me to go to the Lulub forest and see what I can do. Perhaps I should consult with Amanda-san after today's hunt. With that in mind, I began the second half of the hunt. Chapter 53, E-rank. Please. You're still a stoic bastard. You have to compromise sometimes. Compromise. It's hard work to take it down, you know. The basket is made of a special material and is placed on the floor. When I sell the materials, I put the basket on my back on the dismantling counter, but it is too high to take out the contents, so I have been doing this every time since I had the special basket made. By the way, this basket was made exclusively for me for 20,000 beak. Since it is only used for hunting, I leave it as it is at the dismantling site. I have never seen a scale in this world, so I don't know how many kilos this basket weighs when filled with my belongings. However, my guess is that it would hold 1.5 to 2 times more than the large baskets I have used in the past, so it would probably weigh about 50 kilograms. Considering this, I can barely jog with such a basket on my back, so my physical strength has clearly improved compared to my early days, or, since I am sure it is heavier than my body weight, my strength value must be doing a good job behind the scenes. Isn't that a new record? There must be a lot of air mantis magic stones around today, right? Haha. I've been hunting them down with my sights set on them. Was air mantis a monster that could be hunted by targeting it? Well, whatever. Here, for today. Oh, please deposit it for me, you idiot. Why don't you check it out? What are you going to do if I write down that it's worth a poison mouse? I trust you there. You'll get robbed if you let your guard down like that, you know? I see. I'll check. Let's see. 84 poison mice and 31 air mantis. I think it's okay. You sound like you don't care about money. Because I don't have anything I want. But I'm thinking of going to the Lulub forest soon, so maybe I'll find something I want there. I guess so. If you can hunt that many monsters in Rocker Plain, you will have no problem at all. In fact, I'm sure you'll have a much easier time hunting them than those who are going to Lulub right now. I hope so. Well, there's the horror. If I am not careful, I will be the one who goes down. So for now, I will take tomorrow as a vacation and gather information. Oh, if you have any questions, come see me. Yes, thank you. Yugu. This is what I mean when I say that a weight has been lifted from my shoulders. The feeling of freedom is incredible. I went to the reception desk next while turning my shoulders back and forth. Zinc-kun and the others were just about to distribute the money. Oh, long time no see. Hey, Loki-kun. I got a potion from the guild the other day. Good evening, Loki. Thanks for helping us out when we need something. There he is. It's Loki, the rich man who is setting a new record in the Rocker Plains. Thanks for the potion, though. What the heck is that? Meanwhile, I asked the lady at the restaurant about it while asking for ice water, and it seems that word has spread among the hunters working in Blizzard that I have an unusual amount of materials. Well, if we run into each other at the dismantling site, they will know right away. I guess it can't be helped that I have no intention of hiding it. You're famous, aren't you? Loki-kun, you're rich. He's so rich that he even treats us to that curry. Well, the money is just an added bonus. I still live on about 5,000 to 6,000 beak a day. Are you going to save up that kind of money to buy some fancy equipment? No, I don't think I need that right now. It just seems to accumulate. Wow. I envy you. Hey, do you make more money on the rocker planes? I guess it depends on how you do things because it takes a lot of time to move around. But the enemies are weaker than I thought. It is only a little stronger than the Great Palmyra Forest. What? You want to go there? Ah, I became strangely aware of it when I got the poison potion. I see, it's just a little bit stronger. Huh. Zinc-kun, you have presence detection, right? Can I ask you what level you're at? I'm at level 2. I checked with the coin Loki gave me before, so it should still be 2. Ah, that's right. Skewered meat. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about it. We will have dinner at the inn. However, I wonder if it will be a problem for level 2? The air mantis magic doesn't seem to have a very long range, and I've never hit a magic shot from outside my presence detection. Even if they did, it probably wouldn't be a big deal from that distance. Really? I'd heard that when you get hit, it's like being cut with a sword. I was too scared to go. I think it would be okay for you, Zinc-kun, but there doesn't seem to be anything to collect there, so Mei-chan might end up with nothing to hold on to. Oh, really? What should I do then? That's right. If you know how to do dismantling, it might be a good idea to be in charge of the dismantling. Then Zinc-kun can take on the next monster right away, right? Potter-kun will be in charge of carrying materials. I can do the dismantling, too. It's disgusting, though. I groaned and looked at the table in front of me where Zinc-kun and the others were distributing their money. About 30,000 beak. If that's the case, 5 poison mice would exceed today's results, so I think it's a piece of cake. But I can't be responsible if something goes wrong. That's the problem. Anyone can just give a recommendation. I can teach them the tricks to the best of my ability. But Zinc-kun and the others are still kids, and if something happens to them, I would have no face to show not only to Mei-chan's parents, who I already know, but also to Zinc-kun's and Potter-kun's parents. Knock, knock, knock. I tap my finger on the desk, look at the sky for a while, and think. I have a suggestion. Just checking. Do you really want to go to the Rocker Plains? Yes, I want to see what it's like. I want to see it too. Me too. I'd like to earn some extra money. I see. Well, I was planning to take tomorrow off, so would you like to go with me to see what it's really like? Huh? You're taking a day off, right? Even though I said I was taking a day off, I was just trying to gather some information for the Lulub Forest. It won't take that long. How about we leave after the noon bell? That way, I can finish my business in the morning. If that's okay with you, I'd like that. Yes, I'd feel safer with Loki around. I think I can carry enough if it's not a full day. Then why don't we use tomorrow's half day to try it out? However, I will be the one to judge whether Zinc-kun and the others can continue to go there in the future, so I won't touch anything unless it's really bad, okay? Oh, of course. It makes no sense if we just follow Loki around. I'm looking forward to it. Oh, I need to borrow my dad's knife. Can I just go on as usual? Potter-kun, you'll be fine as usual. Maybe your luggage will be lighter than Palmyra's. There's no need to bring the whole thing back like the horned rabbit. After saying that, we made an appointment for tomorrow, and after helping with the distribution, I went over to Amanda-san's place. Amanda-san, I need to talk to you. What is it? I want to get special permission to hunt E-rank monsters. Can you please talk to Yagaf-san about it? That won't be necessary. Will it? If Loki-kun wants E-rank, the guild master says you can do it right away. Oh, I see. How can he keep a guy who breaks records every day at rank F? Well, You could have just said that. Who is it who only comes here in the morning? Whose fault is it that we want to tell you but can't? Sorry about that. With that, I hand my guild card to Amanda-san. I certainly don't come to the reception area at night because I have all my money deposited there. In the morning, it's crowded with people fighting over applications, and I see that it's my fault. But thank God. This means that I can go to the Lulub Forest and get more money there. Even if I have nothing to buy, it is still good to have money, so it is better to have an E rank so that I can do requests all the time. But still, this world, I feel like it's too easy just to live a normal life. While I'm thinking this, there is not an ounce of novelty in it. I received an iron card with an E on it. Chapter 54, Preliminary Investigation. In the reference room of the guild, waking up later than usual, I checked the monster information I had skimmed in the past. There are 3 types of monsters that appear. Rig spiders are poisonous and there's no other information about them. What to bring and what to leave out. According to the information I had heard beforehand, it would take 3 hours to go from the city of Blizzard to the Lulub Forest. I don't have time to bring extra luggage, so I'll keep my belongings to the bare minimum. However, it is important not to forget the essentials. After previewing the Lulub Forest to some extent, I went to Roddy-san's place next. Roddy-san, please give me some information about the materials in the Lulub Forest while you work. You're here early. There's not that much tedious skinning work to do, so it'll be fine. After saying that, he went to the counter, but I didn't want to interrupt his work, so I wanted him to continue his work if possible. Roddy-san begins to explain, regardless of my feelings. I think I've told you before, the most profitable item is the orc meat. The meat itself is more valuable than ordinary livestock simply because it tastes better. Besides, you can get a lot of it from just one monster. By the way, how much is an orc worth? No one brings a whole body, so I can't give you a reference, but I would guess that if it were a whole body, it would be around 200,000 beak. Oh, that certainly seems expensive, but it was a 2-meter monster. Since there is no way to carry it home, the hunters will cut it up on the spot and bring back the meat, the subjugation proof, and the magic stone. At that time, it is up to the party to decide whether to take as much meat as possible for a body or just the high-quality parts. I see. So there are different parts of the meat that are good and bad. It's like the cows of the earth. But even if I know the names of which parts of the meat are the best and most expensive, I have no idea where they are. If you want to hunt efficiently, you need to know about meat. If you eat a variety of parts, you will naturally learn. Well, to be clear, the meat in the back is basically expensive. The people who hunt several orcs and bring back only the most expensive parts usually bring back that area. By the way, how big is the high back area? And what is the price? When I said that, Roddy-san looked at some kind of magic tool. From a square container like a commercial refrigerator, he brought me a frozen piece of meat measuring about 30 centimeters by 50 centimeters. This is the part of the meat that trades at a high price because of its good quality. This is about 60,000 beak for a B-rank material. Here, hold it. It's pretty heavy, right? Considering its size and weight, the limit is probably 4 or 5 in a large basket. Also, the quality of the meat will deteriorate quickly. It is important to know how fast you can hunt the orcs and bring them back in pieces while avoiding the other monsters. Those who don't do this well often take home as much meat as possible, not just quality. After killing an orc, after a quick mental calculation, it is no wonder that some hunters stay in the Rocker Plain. The round trip to the hunting grounds takes 6 hours. The materials, even if packed in a large basket, would cost at most 300,000 beak. Furthermore, this is for an advanced party that can hunt orcs quickly. If you take it easy, the quality of the meat will quickly deteriorate, and the cash value will drop. For those who are not used to hunting orcs, it would be about 150,000 beak. After packing enough meat for one orc, maybe there is an advantage to only having to kill one of them. But depending on the party, the Rocker Plains would probably have a higher break-even. Just for reference, what's the highest daily income in Lulub for a hunter in Blizzard? The highest I've heard is somewhere around 400,000. Besides you, They're the only ones who use oversized baskets. And that's about it. So, I guess I don't think Loki will make much of a difference, do you? No matter how good you are, it would be hard to go alone and fill an oversized basket without compromising the quality of the meat. And it's not a place you can make 2 round trips a day to begin with. That's right. I might be able to hunt and butcher orcs quickly enough to fill an oversized basket if I tried hard enough, but a 6-hour round trip is really out of our control. It might be possible to shorten the time by running on the way there, but the return trip is hopeless, assuming the baskets are filled. Well, I don't get the feeling that Loki is just in it for the money, so you might as well go at least once. With that said, here is the information on the materials in the Lulub forest that I was taught. Orcs, 3,000 beak per body for permanent requests to kill them, 3,500 beak for magic stones. Meat can be bought at a high price, but it depends on the part and the amount of meat. The subjugation proof is the nose. Rig spiders, 2,500 beak per body for a permanent request. 2,800 beak for magic stones. There is a demand for the threads after they are released. The price depends on the amount of threads. The subjugation proof is the head. Small wolves, 2,400 beak per body for permanent request, 2,500 beak for the magic stone, and 5,000 beak per body as there is a demand for fur, and it is recommended to skin them. The subjugation proof is the tail. The more details I hear, the more hopeless it sounds. Of course, the rewards will be better than in the Palmyra Great Forest, but unfortunately, the Rocker Plains were too good. That is the way it is. The value of the magic stone seems to be that it is not an attribute magic stone, and as for materials, not to mention orcs, even small wolves have to go through the tedious process of skinning them. This is not a task that can be done in a minute or two, and that's just for 5,000 beak. In the Rocker Plains, the skinning can be done in about 10 seconds, so I feel strongly that the time and effort are not worth the reward. Also, it is not enough to kill the rig spider, you have to take the risk of releasing the threads once, which greatly reduces the motivation, no matter how good the purchase price is. Still, I thank Troddy-san for going out of his way to teach me, and even as I trudged on, I thought about it. Do I fundamentally change the way I do things? No. But then I would have to acquire another skill depending on the situation. Thoughts go through my head, but they don't come together well. If I want to do it, I need to have the determination to do it. Whatever it is, I should go there and see how strong the monsters are. I decided that for now and told Amanda-san, the woman I wanted to meet, about my plans for tomorrow. Amanda-san, I think I will go to the Lulub forest tomorrow. I knew you would as soon as you mentioned the word E-rank. Looking at your face, you're not thinking of a party at all, are you? Yes, that's right, but I'll just give it a try and see what it's like. I know you've achieved a lot on your own, Loki-kun, and I won't say anything about it. But, you really have to be careful. Is there something you want me to know? I just want to make sure of one thing. Is there a river that runs through the Lulub forest? A river? Then the Seal River runs through the forest. Yes? What about it? No, I'm just wondering if I can secure water. I see. But you have to take a canteen with you, you know? Even though the river flows, the Seal River is the river that separates the areas. Even if you enter from the desert side, you will go quite deep into the territory. Do you know how far back it goes? I don't know. It's not a forest like Palmyra, so it's not possible to get there in one day, but maybe in 2. I see. That's very helpful. Thank you. I have a bad feeling about this. What do you think? Be honest with me. I was just thinking that if I could hunt normally, you know. Really? That's very suspicious. Oh, also, I know it's a lot to ask, but is it possible to deposit some money in the guild? What do you mean, Loki-kun? You mean the money you have? Yes. The money I have is heavy and a bit troublesome. I was hoping to add it to the money I have on deposit. That's disturbing. I've never seen a child so careless with money. Amanda-san? Oh, yes. There's nothing we can't do. Well, I don't usually do this, but I would never do this, but maybe I'll ask you to do it. Depending on how it goes tomorrow. I see. Well, That's okay. In that case, tell me. I'm sure it will end with one word, something the other girls can't do. I understand, as expected of you. Amanda-san, I can rely on you. With Amanda-san in a good mood, I left the guild for a while. If it continues like this, it will smell like a monster again. I should leave before that happens. But it seems like I can at least handle this. Depending on tomorrow's results, I have to be prepared. I have to go into hermit mode again. Chapter 55, Field Training Like a Field Trip. Oh, here is the rocker plane. Rocker plane, which I came back to with Zinkan and the others. Somehow quickly, the three of them marveled at the vast landscape. It's like kids on a trip with their parents. It was the same when we were fishing. And I can't worry about every little thing now that it's too late. Well, it's easy to see the monsters here, isn't it? The brown ones in various places are poison mice. While you are killing them, if you feel the presence of the air mantis, which is hard to see because of its protective color, you should prioritize killing it. It's a great view. There is almost no need to look for enemies here. Maybe it's because of my hard work, but there are only a few monsters here. If you want to hunt in numbers, you can go to the inner area. If you want to be safe, you can hunt around here, and you won't have to deal with multiple monsters at the same time as often. Then let's practice here first. The poison mouse is only slightly faster than the horned rabbit, so you should just stay calm and attack it on the side of its head. The head will be the subjugation proof, so try to keep it as intact as possible. Got it? Mazer, Potter, let's go. Stay close. Got it. I'll take care of the dismantling. I'll follow you. And so the three of them began their test hunt. I followed Zinkan and the others from a short distance behind them. I'm checking the information on the air mantis with exploration, so I don't think there's any chance in this situation. Poison mouse doesn't have an instant death level attack. When they approached the poison mouse from a certain distance, it seemed like the poison mouse they were targeting noticed and looked up, maybe another 3 meters or so. As I watched the situation with this in mind, the poison mouse began its attack as Zinkan took about 10 steps forward. With his usual clean body movement, he jumped and deflected the poison mouse that was about to bite him, ripping its belly open with a knife he held in his opposite hand. The poison mouse, which had no significant defenses, was probably already breathing its last. After that, all we have to do is cut off the head, retrieve the magic stone, and cut off the tail, and we're done with the poison mouse. It's my turn, Mei-chan said, her hands a little clumsy, but she put the knife in without hesitation. She is 10 years old, but she is so different from me at the beginning. After about 2 minutes, the work is done, and the material is placed in Potter-kun's basket. Phew, Loki was right. It's no big deal. Was I really that afraid of something like this? At first, you have to be very careful with every monster. By the way, this is about 6,000 beak. If there are 3 of you, that's about 2,000 beak per person. Wow. Isn't that better than the Great Palmyra Forest? Yes, it will easily surpass the rewards we got before. It's not heavy at all. There's still plenty of room. Looking at the rewards Zinkan and the others have received so far, I'm sure that if you hunt 5 of these poison mice, you should be able to match or exceed them. Seriously? Zink, do your best. I'll do my best to dismantle them as well. Keep up the good work. I don't mind if you take down another 20 or so. All right, then I'll show you how serious I am. Zinkan began to move, and when he targeted the next one, he approached it without stopping. It's a little close to the other poison mouse, but I wonder if it's okay, I thought, but my worries were unfounded. Oh, bow. I couldn't help but say it out loud. I knew that Zinkan had a bow on his back. He had said before that he wanted to use a bow, so he must have prayed successfully when he used the church coin I gave him. He took an arrow from his quiver and released it without taking much time. The arrow hit one of the poison mice in the side, which had not yet noticed him. Another poison mouse noticed this and approached Zinkan, but as before, he dodged the attack and stabbed it in the stomach with a knife, killing it easily. In less than 30 minutes from the start, he had already killed 3 of them, and at this rate, they're faster than the other parties, you know? As I thought, they are excellent. The bow is amazing. Is it like the skill compensates for the hit? Yes. It's still impossible if the distance is too long, but at this distance, it's almost impossible to miss. So now you can use a bow and dagger like you always wanted to. The only problem with the bow is that it uses a lot of arrows. This time, I wanted to see what it would be like. But if the situation is such that I can only afford to use a knife, then I shouldn't force myself to use it. When I take a quick look at the arrows, they seem to be well made. So they probably aren't handmade. If that is the case, arrows are consumables, unless you have money to spare. I guess they are for higher level monsters and emergencies. Still, I think it's good to use it the way you're using it now. It's a way to fish and hunt, and I think it's very effective when other monsters are likely to get close to you by getting involved. And if the air mantis is getting ready to use its magic and you can't get to it in time, you could use it for interference. Oh, that sounds good. Well, it is best to defeat them before they start singing. While talking with Zinkan and the others, Mei-chan seemed to have finished killing the two monsters, and the group naturally went deeper and deeper into the forest. I'm not worried because they seem to have more leeway than I thought, and if it comes to an emergency, I'll help them as well. Oh, I found an air mantis. Will they notice? I'm not going to say anything because it would be pointless if I did, so I'll just keep an eye on the air mantis to see if there's any movement. Zinkan's presence detection level 2 is still out of range, so of course, none of the three seem to have noticed, and they set their sights on the nearby poison mouse as their next target. Okay, that guy's next. Yeah, okay. With that, Zinkan moves closer to the poison mouse. Wait a minute. There's an air mantis. I'll get it first. Huh? What are we going to do about the mouse? I'll take care of it. Did he notice? If you have level 2 presence detection, you should have no problem with the air mantis surprise attack. However, these three are weak in this situation. Zinkan is the only fighter. If he concentrates on one of them, the other will come out. But he is not prepared to help. Potter-kun puts his basket in front of him and uses it as a shield. Such courage should not be wasted. It could lead to a chance for growth. Zinkan, I still think the bow is the best choice in this situation. In fact, it would be the bow because of this scene. The rush skill is also possible, but it would take a long time to get back to the poison mouse. If Zinkan wants to defeat the poison mouse right away, he should choose the bow. Push you. A black mist was generated, but then the head of the air mantis that was preparing to cast its spell was pierced. After confirming this, Zinkan quickly turned around while throwing his bow and immediately switched to the knife at his waist while completing his understanding of the current situation. He plunged the knife into the side of the poison mouse that was biting into the basket that Potter-kun held in front of him. The battle was over. It was a smooth move that could only be described as brilliant. Amazing. I was wondering if I should help you, but I'm glad I didn't. Nice defense, Potter-kun. Phew. That was scary. Well done, Potter. Are you too hurt? No problem. Potter did a great job protecting us. Well, Loki, do you think we did the right thing? Yes, I think it was the right thing. The only thing is, if anything, May and Potter, I think it would be best if you two could join the fight in case of an emergency. Of course, there's no need to push yourself too hard. In the Rocker Plains, the monsters are small, so a dismantling knife would be a sufficient weapon. And in the party I had contact with the other day, the baggage handler had a small mace. I think the ability to defend yourself in an emergency is a big factor. Well, that's true, but, of course, Zinkan would like it to be that way. But I guess he can't ask too much of them. He looked at them with an indescribable expression on his face. But yeah, if we're going to make a lot of money on the Rocker Plain, we'll need them. There don't seem to be any medicinal herbs growing here, so I'll do my best. I'll try my best. Me too. I don't want to cut myself with a sword or a knife, but if I can just hit it. When it comes to this kind of talk, it's probably best to keep the outsider's mouth shut. One way is to make Palmyra a hunting ground, as it has always been, because it is just too difficult. It is one thing to increase what you can do and get more income for it. That's for them to decide, not for me to say. If they ask, I will give them the best advice I can. That's all I can do. Since today is a trial run, Let's get rid of more and more monsters before the sun sets. Otherwise, you won't be able to make new discoveries like you are now, right? Yes, that's right. I'm going to try a lot of things while Loki is here. Just for today. Even if something happens, Loki will take care of it. That's right. Let's do something crazy while Loki-kun is here. We still have plenty of room in our luggage. Yeah, it's okay to try, but I hope you won't do anything reckless. Blurting this out, I followed the three as they went deeper into the area section. The sun began to set, and the rocker plain was tinted with dusk. As we walked home, we all thought to ourselves how we felt about the day. I'm so tired. As expected, it's getting hard. This is amazing. This is definitely amazing. It's going to be a great reward. There's one guy mumbling suspiciously like a Buddhist monk, but I'm sure all three of them are very happy with today's results. Even though I beat them, they hunted all kinds of monsters and filled about half of their baskets with materials. This is about the same as mine on the first day in Rocker Plains, so this amount of material would probably be around 150,000 to 200,000 beak. Divided by 3, that's more than 50,000 beak per person. This is an extraordinary amount of money compared to what they have been getting. And that was just this afternoon. Whether it's a lunchbox or that horse manure, if they had a proper lunch and a full day of hunting, their lives would certainly change drastically. I think you got used to it in the second half, didn't you? Mei-chan even killed a poison mouse once, but I stabbed it in the face. That's because you close your eyes when you attack. You have to look at where you're going to attack until the very end. That's so scary, you idiot. It's better than getting bitten if you miss an attack. In the end, Zinc-kun was bitten once, and Mei-chan was bitten once by a poison mouse after she swung her knife at a spot she wasn't sure about. It seems that you don't always get poisoned when you're bitten, but Zinc-kun and Mei-chan drank the poison potion because their bodies became sluggish right away. Normal recovery potions were poured directly on the bitten area, so I was quite surprised inside, thinking that potions were supposed to be drunk. Of course, I was afraid that they would say, "Why now?" I just looked at it as if I knew what it was. I would have no problem demonstrating the level 1 wind magic that the air mantis would release when we reached a tree on the way back. If they knew that they couldn't even scrape the bark off a tree at a distance of about 10 meters, they would be more aggressive in their movements, and their number of defeats would increase. While I was thinking about this, Zinc-kun, who was walking in front of the party, suddenly approached me. Loki, was the rocker plain once a ruin? There are some mysterious stone pillars there, aren't there? There are several of them in one place. They must mean something. It's not that I want to hide them. The truth is, it's a little embarrassing to tell the truth when people think it's something special. If they hunt in the Rocker Plains in the future, they'll soon find out. Oh, that one, the culprit is me. When I was hunting, the basket was in the way, so I put it on that stone pillar so that no one could reach it. I explained the situation to the three of them, but they looked as if they did not understand at all. I could see the question marks on their faces. Well, here's how I do it. Create a stone pillar 5 meters long. Rumble, rumble, rumble. If I put my basket on top of this thing, no one will be able to reach it, right? There are many questions about how to put the basket on it and how to pick it up after you put it on. But, it's still great. Loki, it's magic. Loki-kun, are you a magician? I saw a mystery. It's not a mystery, it's magic, but I'm sure Zinc-kun can do at least a small version of it. Why me? Because you have earth magic, right? No, I don't. Zinc-kun's unexpected reply. I felt my assumptions crumble at his words and couldn't help but stand there. Chapter 56, Crumbling Assumptions. Loki, are you okay? Why yeah, I'm fine, I answer, but I can't stay calm. What does that mean? In Zinc-kun's party, Zinc-kun is the only one in charge of the attack. In other words, he must have killed a lot of Holy Mole with his last attack, since Zinc-kun's presence detection is level 2. It's not surprising that he also has level 2 earth magic. You did the status check the other day, didn't you? Yes, I checked all my skills. Is there any earth magic among them? No, there isn't. I probably don't have any aptitude for magic. I've never practiced it. Wait, Wait, what does that mean? When you defeat a monster, don't you get the skill experience it has? Isn't that the rule in this world? Or is there an aptitude for each person, and is there such a thing as skill experience that can be gained and skill experience that can't be gained? If that's the case, by the way, Zinkan, do you have a skill called Rush? What kind of skill is that? I've never heard of it. I see. I'm sorry for asking you such a strange question. Ha ha ha. The horned rabbit is undoubtedly the one Zinkan would have hunted the most. Besides, the Rush skill does not seem out of place for Zinkan, who has been in melee combat for a long time. But he doesn't have it either. Why not? He doesn't seem to be hiding it. If he is hiding it, it is unlikely that he would tell me the level of his presence detection skill. If that's the case, why does he have presence detection but not earth magic and Rush? Or am I fundamentally mistaken in my thinking? No, I can't keep up with my understanding. The assumptions of this world that I took for granted are crumbling. I could only respond to the conversation after that, and I returned to the city of Bizet, having forgotten my planned demonstration of wind magic. Section. In my room at the inn after dinner, I was checking my watch on the table, sitting on a chair, and looking out the small window. The thing with Zinkan, no matter how much I thought about it, I could never find the right answer to my uneasiness. However, it's not so unimportant that I can't leave it alone just because I don't understand it. The only way to find out is to ask the goddesses, who know more about this world than I do. Of course, there is a risk in asking the goddesses. They are on the lookout for dangerous outsiders. In the worst case, if one of my predictions turns out to be correct, I could be targeted for elimination. The option of not daring to tell anyone has not disappeared. But so far, divine communication has been used almost every day unless I fall asleep. We must be communicating quite well. The goddesses seem to be very interested in information about Earth. And for some reason, most of the content is the goddesses asking questions and me answering, which makes me want to rush in and say, it's the other way around, isn't it? They would not take such a barbaric approach as suddenly imposing divine punishment. I'd like to think so. Then let's discuss it. Sorry, I will be asking the questions today. Phew. Divine communication. Hello, this is Loki. Who is this today? It's been a while. This is Alicia. Loki, how are you? Huh? Alicia-sama, have you recovered? I was talking to the goddesses in rotation, but Alicia-sama was the only one who was out of rotation because she was recovering. I only heard the voice of the dying Alicia-sama from time to time, so I knew she was really alive, but I haven't been able to speak properly since the first day I met the goddesses. Although I'm finally able to talk to you, it seems like you've been able to interact with everyone a lot, and I've been jealous of that, you know? Please teach me about Earth today. No, Alicia-sama, that's not what I originally planned to do, and today is not the time for it. Alicia-sama, it's very difficult. It may be an incident. It may be related to the rules of this world, the very foundation of this world, but please tell me about the skill. No way. I was looking forward to it. No, it's nothing. What do you want to ask me? I'm sorry, I'll tell you what you want to know next time. Alicia-sama, I thought the rule in this world was that when you defeat a monster, you get the experience value of the skills that monster possesses. Is there such a rule in this world? Skill experience from killing monsters? As I recall, experience is a quantified contribution to the world, right? How can I explain it? But that's how it is. In addition to performing actions related to that skill, for example, if you defeat a monster that has the fire magic skill, you can also acquire the fire magic skill. Is that right? It's hard to say. It was Felza-sama who created the monsters in this world, and it was also Felza-sama who decided how to give the skill to people. I'm sorry, but as lower deities, we have no control over that content. I see. The goddesses are not omniscient, although they give the impression of being close to omnipotence. They probably know things that other people don't, so if the goddesses can't help me with this, I also wonder if I should ask Yuguf-san or Amanda-san. However, there is a possibility that they will just make me feel uncomfortable and not give me a proper answer, and unlike the goddesses, There is also the fear that my information will be spread. It is a method of confirmation that I would prefer to avoid if possible. By the way, how much contribution? Is it possible for you to acquire a skill when a monster is defeated? If there is a skill that I have not learned at all, and if the monster has that skill, then I can get that skill by killing 5 monsters. Technically, it's 5 at the most, since the skill level of that monster is also relevant. Hey? Oh, I get it now. I get the reaction. Maybe something unexpected will work for me. By the way, what skills have you gained from killing monsters so far? Let's see. I have acquired Rush, Presence Detection, Earth Magic, Wind Magic, and Poison Resistance. Oh, and I also acquired Stick Art in this pattern. Rush? What kind of skill is that? Please join us, everyone who here knows the skill Rush. I've heard of it. I don't know the Rush skill either. I don't know it either. From the name, it seems to be an offensive skill. Probably a skill that people couldn't handle. Why would Loki-kun have it? I'm just saying. As expected from an outsider. I feel it's dangerous. Wait, Ryo-sama, I'm normal. I just live a normal life. I was finally able to have a little conversation with the elusive Ryo-sama, and then, as I quickly silenced her disturbing remarks, the goddess of life, Firel-sama, made a confident remark. First of all, it is definitely a skill for monsters only. So it's no wonder that we don't possess this skill. In the past, I have looked into monsters with the god's eye. I remember that they possessed that rush skill back then. Was that when your split entity was sent down to the lower world to investigate the area of possibility for the people to survive? Yes. I peeked in once out of curiosity at that time. I don't think it's the right thing to do either, but isn't that conclusive enough? Yes, it is. Somehow Loki also has a skill that only monsters have. Wait a minute. I don't really understand why I have it either. And even if I did, I just live a normal life. Oh, the divine communication has already been cut off. I unintentionally relaxed, letting all my weight rest on the back of the chair. I knew something was wrong, but I had no idea it was a monster-only skill. Was it a mistake to ask for advice? If I had kept it a secret, the goddesses would never have found out. But still, if I had not known the answer, it would have come out sooner or later. It is 100 times better to reveal it myself than to be found out later. I guess that's all I can do, right? The rest was just the same old what will be, will be. At that moment, a sound interrupted my thoughts. Loki-kun. This is Alicia. I'm sorry, but I need you to come to the church tomorrow. It's urgent, please. I knew the oracle would come. As you can imagine, I know I can't refuse in this situation. It is a matter of great importance to me and to the goddesses. Then, I have no choice but to be determined. So, depressed, I rolled over in bed and went to sleep. Chapter 57, An Uneasy Operation. It's all right now. I opened my eyes to the voice from the front. I see. This time is the first lineup. In front of me is Alicia-sama, the goddess of love, and on either side of her are Rigel-sama, the goddess of war, and Ryo-sama, the goddess of sin. The atmosphere is still one of wait and see, but I guess they will be ready if any unpleasant situation arises. I am sorry for the emergency call. The time of divine communication is too short. No, I was just thinking the same thing. So it's okay. So, about those skills you mentioned yesterday that can be obtained from monsters. Yes, I'll tell you what I know. First of all, let me remind you, I didn't get that unknown ability because I wanted to, and I still don't understand what it is. That is why I talked to the goddesses yesterday to discuss it with you. So, please don't suddenly make a move to eliminate me because I'm dangerous, okay? When I looked at Ryo-sama, she reacted with a jolt and looked away. It's so cute to see her like that, but it's still scary to wonder what she was thinking. Don't worry about it. Loki told me himself, if you have something to hide, you won't talk about it. Isn't that right? That's right. Then first of all, how did you become aware of it? Can you tell me how it happened? There is a party of child hunters that I associate with. We went hunting together yesterday. At the time, he didn't have the skills that I thought he definitely had, but he had some skills that I had, and I was like, I didn't understand it anymore, and I was confused. What skills specifically? The first one is presence detection, earth magic, and rush. The same monster has the same skills for presence detection and earth magic, so according to my common sense, there won't be much difference in the skills acquired. The experience gained naturally is very small, and yet, this kid had reached level 2 of the presence detection skill, but he had not yet acquired the earth magic skill. On top of that, he hadn't even acquired the rush skill that the monsters he was most likely to hunt had. So it obviously wasn't right. I see. How long has the child been active as a hunter? About 2 years. I don't know how often he was active, because that was before I came to this world. Presence detection is a skill that is acquired by consciously paying attention to one's surroundings. Therefore, it is relatively easy to acquire this skill without any personal talent, and there are many people who have actually acquired this skill. Compared to that, when Raigal-sama looked at Ria-sama connected the words as if she was taking over. The general rule for acquiring skills in magic, including earth magic, is to acquire skills through training based on knowledge of the operation of magical power, the mechanism of chanting, and the image of phenomena after their manifestation. So even if we received a wish and granted it by force, it is impossible to invoke magic without a minimum of knowledge. That's certainly true. I also had a hard time activating it even though I acquired the skill. Therefore, magic is a lineage in which it is difficult to acquire skills naturally. The boy, his name is Zinkan. Zinkan was able to naturally acquire the presence detection skill based on his 2 years of experience as a hunter, but he was unable to acquire the earth magic skill at all? It's natural to think so. And rush is not a skill that people can acquire at all. That's right. The fact that no one has ever acquired it shows that it is a skill that is inherently inaccessible to people. Then why did I get it? That's right. Loki, do you have any idea? For example, that a higher god might be involved? No, that's not it at all. As I told you before, what I was given in that exchange was rejuvenation and being able to see the status screen. Those are the only 2 things. On the contrary, when I asked for more, he didn't give it to me, and I was forced to let it go. I still don't see any indication that you're lying to us. I have no idea why you can acquire it. By the way, is it possible that only transmigrators, reincarnated people, and people from other worlds who came from the interdimensional space that Raigal-sama mentioned before are specifically applicable to this kind of case? At least we've never had any strange skills mixed in with those we've reincarnated. I don't think the people who fell from the interdimensional space had such a case either, although I have a faint memory of it. It's just we don't know anything about the Transmigrators, do we? In fact, we don't have any idea about them at all. That is true, if we look at it from the perspective of Transmigrators who were intentionally transferred, then we don't know. Loki is the first person who has gone through such a process. If we look at it from the perspective of people who have passed through interdimensional space, I think it's impossible, but we still can't be sure. This is something I wanted to ask but haven't yet. Whether or not there's anyone else alive who's been transferred by Acorn or a similar entity other than me. Well, that's pretty much a long shot. I can't say for sure, but if the goddesses don't know, and even Yaguf-san, who is in a position to get information easily, doesn't know about the existence of the Transmigrators, then it's safe to say that they're almost completely wiped out. Well, that's understandable. If they were suddenly dumped in a place like that, they would normally die. I just happened to have a good mix of earthly things in my possession, so I was able to get by. Then, the story seems to get even more complicated. This may be important to the goddesses, so I'll just tell them. I was told by Yaguf-san not to tell anyone, but it should be safe to tell the goddesses who manage the world. This is a bit off topic, but I have found traces of people from Earth being forcibly transported to this world, just like me. Are you aware of this? Huh? What do you mean? Judging from your expression, I don't think you know about it. It seems to have been here, you know? It seems that something from Earth, like the one I have, fell into the Great Palmyra Forest. Is that true? You goddesses will know if it's a lie or not, won't you? I wouldn't lie here either. Loki-kun is not the only one. Then who and why? If you can find survivors, You might find the answer, although it is highly unlikely. Besides, there is always the possibility that in the future there will be others like me who are sent away. But if they are like Loki, then they don't need to come to the church, do they? If that's the case, we won't be able to notice anything until something big happens, and even if we did, we wouldn't be able to see the cause of it without being able to see through it with our God's eye, would we? That's the tricky part. The people who have been sent to this world really don't know anything about this world, so if there is a church, they will just stop by out of curiosity, just like I did. Besides, I've been complaining so much that I finally got the rejuvenation and the ability to see the status screen. If I hadn't done anything, I would have been kicked out with no abilities at all, and I think the result would have been the same even if I had been a little disobedient. Are you saying that Loki-kun was able to receive rejuvenation and the ability to see the status screen because he was Loki-kun, but an ordinary transmigrator would have come to this world without receiving any abilities? I think that's very likely, but don't get me wrong, the goddess can't see my abilities even if you use the skill called God's Eye. I also don't know if this unknown ability is related to these two given abilities. I don't know what to do anymore. Yeah, me neither. I think it's too complicated, and I don't think it's a problem that can be solved by monitoring from the divine realm. What the hell is the purpose? All this effort to rebuild. Why? Not good. Alicia-sama is on the verge of a breakdown. This is just my personal opinion, but I don't think you need to think so hard about it. Is it because I have the monster-specific skills? I thought they were useful at first, but now I hardly ever use them. The skills gained from monsters also give a status bonus, so I think it's easier to get a higher status than others, but instead of that, if you're like me, you can't choose your blessing or profession, right? Besides, there is no such thing as a panic sale skill gift like a reincarnated person. Then is such a person so strong that the goddesses can't handle them? If earthlings are sent to this world in the same current as me, they will certainly not survive. I can assure you of that. The environment there was too harsh, and I'm more concerned about my strength than anyone else, so I've tried a lot. But not all of the transmigrating beings, or rather, not all of the earthlings, are like that. Don't you think that the goddesses who call and reincarnate souls know best? I've heard that there are 4 reincarnated souls who have been active in this world, but if they have reincarnated more than that and are still alive, doesn't that mean that the rest of them are enjoying their lives leisurely and without professing to be people from another world? Sure. If it's just the number of reincarnations, it's definitely a lot. Even if there were a small number of transmigrators who survived the harsh environment, the chances that they would have a personality that would harm the world are even smaller. And even if they did, they wouldn't be that strong. I don't know how strong this world is, but the goddesses have all the skill available to people, so they are like the highest race, right? If that's the case, why doesn't Ria-sama use the ultimate technique to deal with a dangerous person who obviously wants to destroy the world and inflict divine punishment on them? Loki knows what it is, right? I am also strong when I'm serious. No, no, no. How did Rigel-sama go down to the lower world? Come to think of it, Farrell-sama said something about a split entity, didn't she? So if you're so worried, why don't you go down to the lower world and look around directly to see if there are any suspicious people there? That's it. Shock. That was a big surprise. I didn't expect Alicia-sama, who was about to die again, to suddenly come back to life and then suddenly scream out loud. The most mysterious one might actually be Alicia-sama. No, wait. Alicia, won't Felza-sama be very angry with you if you interfere like this? Yes. Firel was created when there were no people. Even though it was a split entity, it would be a violation of the ban if we did it now. But if we don't do it now, we won't know until it happens. Are you okay with that? If you mean interfering, we already invited Loki-kun to come here. Don't you think it's too late to stop the decline of the world and lead it to development? What should I do? I can't decide whether I should stop or push Alicia-sama, who is on a motivational roll in some maddening direction because of me. Which is it? Which is the right thing to do? Think about it now while they're not conscious of me. If I recommend a split entity and the goddesses move directly, and if they can find a transmigrator like me, they may be able to conclude that it is a unique ability of the transmigrator and get rid of the problem. Even if the people who were sent away were wiped out and not found, there is still a possibility that people who were sent away will be found in the future. Can we say that the period during which the goddesses are searching for the cause of the disaster can be prolonged in various ways? On the other hand, if I didn't recommend the split entity, it would be very difficult for me alone to find the transmigrators. I don't have the sense of smell to find such a foreign element, and I don't have the time. If that is the case, my mysterious ability will stand out without knowing the cause, and although I don't know if I can do it, the worst that could happen is that I will be stripped of this ability. That would be a bad move. I have something that the cheat reincarnation guys don't have. Even though I'm at a disadvantage in terms of blessings and job selection, if they take away this ability, too, I'll have nothing. If that's the case, I have a personal opinion, but this world has been abandoned by Sama, hasn't it? Is such an abandoned world something that a busy person who manages various worlds would care about? Huh? No, if I were the goddess's boss, I think I would probably just reply that if someone brought me a consultation, just do what you want to do and be done with it. If it's a world where she doesn't care anymore, I think 3 people who are not here even now are putting up barriers. But the truth is that it doesn't really matter, like Sama doesn't care about this world at all. It's not good. The 3 of them have tears in their eyes. I was only trying to be objective, but it was too much for the goddesses who were trying to do something about this world. It is indeed a bad idea to hurt everyone for the sake of self-preservation. I'm sorry, I overstepped my bounds. There is no point in bringing up my opinion. I'm ready. Let's do it. Yeah. Let's monitor the lower world directly with the split entity. That's right. We can't just sit back and let this world end. Shouldn't you consult with the others as well? Then, a voice came down from the sky. I have heard about it. I will also help. You're going to look back at Sama, aren't you? I'll do my best. I'm looking forward to being down there after a long time. Was this really the right thing to do? I'm getting really anxious because they're drawing conclusions so quickly. Thus, just because I spoke out of turn, the goddess's split entity observation operation was to be implemented the next day. Section Bonus Appendix. Loki's Notebook 1. Author's note: some of the settings are similar to those published in the work. I plan to release the information up to this point at the end of the chapter as Loki's Notebook. However, there will be situations in the future where Loki himself will use the skills without knowing the details of the skills. Knowing the details first may make you feel a little uncomfortable as you go along. So please be aware that some of the information may contain spoilers for the future. Even if you do not read Loki's Notebook, it will not affect the progress of the story in any way. Loki's Notebook 1. Name: Loki, Yuto Mamiya, salesman. Level: 11. Skill points remaining: 41. Magic power: 82 plus 18. Only when holding the sword, plus 50 more with the grant of increased magic power. Strength: 39 plus 6. Intelligence: 40 plus 11. Defense: 38 plus 112. Magic defense: 38 plus 6. Agility: 38 plus 18. Technique: 37 plus 12. Luck: 43 plus 4. Blessings: none. Title: none. Acquired skills: combat and tactical system skills. Swordsmanship LV2, as long as the user possesses a sword-shaped weapon. Offensive and defensive actions are enhanced. 0 magic power consumption. Optional limited enhancement of 160% of ability value to a specific action for 1 second. Magic power consumption: 7. Strength correction. Stick art LV1, as long as the user possesses a stick-shaped weapon. The attack and defense are enhanced. Magic consumption 0. Optional limited enhancement of 130% of ability value to a specific action for 1 second. Magic power consumption 5. Strength correction. Dagger technique LV1, as long as the user possesses a dagger-shaped weapon. The attack and defense actions are enhanced. 0 magic power consumption. Optional limited enhancement of 130% of the ability value to a specific action for 1 second. Magic power consumption. 5. Strength correction. Provocation LV1. Generates a feeling of anger, making it easier for the target to focus its attention on the user. Activation range, within 10 meters, applies to all living creatures within a radius of 2 meters around the target. Magic power consumption. 5. Defense correction. Frenzy LV1. After use, all normal attack actions will be subjected to a 120% limited ability value correction. However, until the time limit elapses, the user cannot make any attack except normal attacks against surrounding creatures. Usage time limit, 1 minute. Magic power consumption 0, strength correction. Magic skill. Fire magic LV2, can invoke fire magic that consumes less than 20 magic powers. Intelligence correction. Earth magic LV3, can invoke earth magic that consumes less than 30 magic powers. Magic defense correction. Wind magic LV4, can invoke wind magic that consumes less than 40 magic power. Agility correction. Job system skills. Hunting LV2, improves hunting skills and makes it slightly easier to find prey. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Technique correction. Dismantling LV2, improves dismantling skills, allowing the user to dismantle objects more quickly and accurately. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Technique correction. Gathering LV1, improves gathering skills, making it slightly easier to find things to gather. Constant activation. Magic consumption, 0. Luck correction. Daily life system skills. Different language comprehension LV3, can speak languages spoken by humans with a comprehension level of an 11-year-old child without knowledge of the language. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Intelligence correction. Enlarged vision LV1. The vision of the upper, lower, left, and right sides of the eye widens slightly. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck correction. Farsightedness LV1. Allows the user to see slightly further. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Luck correction. Presence detection LV3. Makes the user more sensitive to movement in their surroundings. Range radius, 15 meters. Magic power consumption, 0. Technique correction. Swiftness LV1. Corrections are applied to the user's running motion, causing the user to move slightly faster. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Agility correction. Exploration LV1 determines the presence of a specific object within a radius of 30 meters. Magic power consumption 0. Luck correction. Arithmetic LV1 slightly improves arithmetic ability. Constant activation. Magic power consumption 0. Intelligence correction. Memorization LV1 slightly improves memorization ability. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Intelligence correction. Pure passive system skills. Poison resistance LV7, increases resistance to poison. Constant activation. Magic power consumption, 0. Defense correction. Increased maximum magic power LV1, increases the maximum amount of magic power by 10. Constant activation. Magic power consumption 0. Magic power correction. Increased automatic magic recovery LV1. Increases magic power automatic recovery by 5%. Constant activation. Magic consumption 0. Magic power correction. Other, special. Oracle LV1. Occupation, priestess. Exclusive blessing skill that grants the user the ability to receive words from the goddesses. Condition of use, once per day. Cannot be activated voluntarily. Magic power consumption 0. Magic power correction, +2 at level 1. Divine Communicator LV2. Occupation, Shrine Maiden. Exclusive blessing skill that allows the user to communicate with the goddesses. Condition of use, once per day. Usage time limit, 2 minutes. Magic power consumption, 60. Magic power correction 2, +4 at level 1. Others, Monster Rush LV3, rushes forward at a speed of 190% of ability value. Movement range can be specified at will. Maximum distance is 5 meters. Magic power consumption, 9. Agility correction. Bonus status value. There is a bonus status value as a hidden element of each skill. Naturally, residents whose status values cannot be confirmed, nor are they indicated on the status screen, cannot know the bonus status value for each skill without verification. Skill level 1 correspondence ability, +1. Skill level 2 correspondence ability, +2. Skill level 3 correspondence ability, +3. Skill level 4 correspondence ability, +5. Skill level 5 correspondence ability, +10. Skill level 6 correspondence ability, +30. Skill level 7 correspondence ability, +60. Only magic power is 2x, and divine communication is 4x, so verification will be required in the future. Skill points required to increase skill level. Prayer to the Goddess 012 points, 124 points, 2312 points. Each ability value increased by a level increase. Each ability value increases by 3 for each level increase, and only the amount of magic power increases by 6. The relationship between skill level, required experience, and skill experience obtained from monsters. When the required experience value for acquiring skill level 1 from unacquired skill level is set to 100, estimated value. The experience points required to obtain skill level 1 is 100. The experience points required to obtain skill level 1 is 20 per monster. The experience points required for skill levels 1 to 2 is 200. The experience points required for skill levels 2 to 3 is 600. The experience points required for skill levels 3 to 4 is 2000. Skill experience points obtained from monsters possessing skill level 4 is 400 per monster. The experience points required for skill levels 4 to 5 is 20,000. The experience points required for skill levels 5 to 6 is 60,000. The experience points required for skill level 6 to 7 is 200,000. End of Volume 2.